tilted to one side. I'm outside at the moment. We're going back inside in a second. Just wanted to start this live stream so that I included you in my day. And I wanted to start this live stream so that I could have the opportunity to welcome you here to Talking with Famous People. That's right. It's your home away from home. Your house away from house. Your place where everyone knows your name, like in Cheers. Talking with famous people. It's not just your home, it's my home too. How sad I'd be if I didn't have Talking with Famous People. I have some things to do this morning, not hugely difficult things, but things that I'd rather do in the company of the internet than to do them alone. I mean, obviously Rachel is here, but she's sleeping, and these tasks are not Rachel tasks anyway, so things I need to do because they're Eric tasks. And I plan to do them. It's not really cold enough for this hat outside, but I put it on inside because it's kind of chilly inside. We didn't have the heater on at all last night. It got down pretty cold, and the house is, well, insulated, so it stays cold or stays hot pretty well, so it's staying cold at the moment. I need to water this that we're finished harvesting in 1 or 2. I'll give it a little water so that I don't have to finish harvesting today. Hello, Winston's mom. Hello, another majestic INFJ. You know what? You're not just another majestic INFJ. You're one of the very best majestic INFJs. I'm thinking about giving you a prize. A certificate of some kind. You know. Person who is like Corey but not broken. Poor Corey. I shouldn't laugh at his misfortune, but you know, I already did everything I could to try to fix it, and I was unable to because he just, you know, asking an INFJ to make a bunch of effort on behalf of their own subjective interests is the challenge. I have not checked in with him lately. I just, you know, last time I talked to him, he kind of made it clear, like, it's not going to work because he feels too exposed in some sense by my understanding of him. What do you, Kat? I have watched you eat so much already. Are you serious? Yeah, he's an INFJ. But he's in a toxic relationship. His wife is really fucked up, BPD, and it's caused him to become more and more damaged over the years. You know? Nobody can manage that successfully. Nobody can be in a relationship where they're being abused and not suffer harms from it, you know. And some of the harms he's suffered basically are that he can't be friends with anybody who knows so clearly how much he needs to get out of that relationship, you know, because then it's you know how INFJs are. They don't want to have that much of a perceptual burden to manage. Yeah, he might be jealous too. That's possible. I don't know. But, you know, I think that he doesn't really know either, because asking him to know clearly what's going on there is asking him to to understand his subjectivities at a depth to which INFJs are not designed to understand them. They're designed to have their subjectivities supported and nurtured by someone else, you know? Like, I'm happy to provide that service for Rachel as she provides it for me as well, which is to say to her, you are precious to me. You do not need to reassure her constantly that her current level of perfection is perfect enough, you know. INFJs, if they're not socially perfect, like Rachel mentions this time that she didn't say praise to somebody when in a situation where I guess it would have been appropriate or it was a good opportunity to, like, her failure to say something nice, like what a luxury that must be to have that be the thing that you're worried about socially, right? Instead of something bad you say, it's like failing to say something good. You know what I say to that? I say, Rachel, you're the only one who thinks negatively of you regarding that kind of stuff. Might be the same for me too, but less so. It is true that I am actually guilty of much more, like, so many more social missteps than Rachel will ever be. Hi, Devesh. What are we doing? We're live streaming, but what am I live streaming specifically? I'm going to be putting some things in jars. If you like to watch somebody put things in jars, you are in the right place. Because that's what I plan to be doing for a little while here at least. I have lots of jars here, as you see. Empty jars. And I've got some full jars too. I've got a whole nother box of jars after this box. That box is already filled up. Cameron took 2 jars with him, but other than that, it's filled up. So now I have to find which things are most ready to go into jars. Because not everything is all the way dry yet. But some things are definitely all the way dry. Because, you know, like stuff in here has been sitting in here for quite a while now. It should all be very dry. Does appear to be very dry. Yes. I'm going to bring some of these sticks with me, branches, and I'm not sure if I'm even like bothering to separate it into different kinds at this point. I'm just kind of putting it all in jars. Like this is different though. I should put these in different jars. These ones are different than these ones. These ones are different than these ones. And then these are the same as these ones, I think. Their stems look like this though. Yeah, these are the same as this one, I guess. The stems look different. That's a way to tell. Okay, let's go put things in jars. Hello, Rubenar. Hello, Hero Lamb. They pay attention to everything to the point of anxiety? Who's they? You talking about my balls? My balls don't experience a lot of anxiety. Because why? They're safely tucked away in my bun huggers most of the time. Okay. So let's start jarring. INFJ women. What about them? Oh, they pay attention to everything to the point of anxiety. Yes, of course. Yes. But I will say that they are blessed with SI8, so they aren't plagued by bad memories much. That must be nice. You know what? This really isn't that dry, this one. It's fine. Let's try that. Pia, 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 and pia. Okay. Through that way. So, I am married to an INFJ woman, and so I will agree with you that they tend to stress themselves out, or at least she does, about things that seem awfully like subtle level social stuff. It makes me want to say like an old Jewish person be like, "To have such problems," you know. But I guess that's just because I got it third slot and they've got it second. FE, specifically what I'm talking about here, just so that I don't fail to, just so I don't bury the lead, if you could say. I like to pull apart these big buds. I know probably you wouldn't do that in a store or something, but it just gets rid of more of the stem. Okay, there. Now, this is that kind, so I'll just set that aside for right now. Get another jar for this other kind. A what INF woman? INFJ woman. 9/11 was an inside job, says Jessimuka Shaboom. I don't have one for you to do that to, Finesse Lord. I believe it, though. I believe if I did have one, I would be changing my panties right now. Who's Charleston White? Never heard of that person. If I'm yapping about and I get the sense I'm boring people or being convoluted, I'll say, okay, anyway, or sorry I got derailed. Sorry, INFJ woman. Yes, I'm married to an INFJ woman, which is to say that she has certain ways of paying attention or habitual for her. It basically just means that she knows by intuition, not experience, and that her way of going about things is social grace, managing other people's perceptions and how they feel. That's a nutshell description. But my wife is wonderful. I can't imagine ever being with anybody else. And it's like we're compatible in part because she's so attentive to like my perceptions, which means she's continually double checking and making sure and doing stuff to ensure that I'm still all in the relationship, even though I'm an SI type, so I don't. I just settle into the familiarity. I don't get tired of a relationship. It may become untenable if it involves a lot of conflict, but that's definitely not going to be me and Rachel. And I don't really care for that fishing behavior in others or myself. Let's see. Hey, yeah, Hero Lamb, true. And mostly people go, what? No, I was following you. Or why are you apologizing? That makes sense. So I try to take that to heart because otherwise I'm just fishing for approval. You know, when you said it to me, I just said, Thank God, will you shut the fuck up? You just keep yammering on. I look like Popeye the Sailor. I feel like Popeye the Sailor. I have a strange fascination with spinach. And I only work out my forearms. May Allah fuck me. Okay. Is he a good lover? Is Allah a good lover? Because I only want him to fuck me if he's a considerate lover. The truth is, I've never said that to Ruben. And I don't think he's ever said to me, like, I'm yammering on. I think we both know that if anyone's yammering on, it's me. Oh, you have nothing to be sorry for either, Stephen Park. I don't expect people to know this kind of niche thing that I happen to talk about, you know. It'd be like if I were into model railroads and I was talking about all these jargony terms like the gauge of the rails and the kind of train and stuff like that. It would be unreasonable to expect anybody to know about that shit unless they're a trained person, right? Same thing with this personality stuff. I think Ruben, in fact, is purposefully a little bit like not FE, like a little bit quasi rude or something. Not actually rude, but like throws out an occasional bit of rudeness just because he's so good at FE, you know. It's like he doesn't want to come across as being that FE. There's another couple of jars. We're jarring. You know, I got 3 boxes of these jars, and Cameron was kind of like, "Are you sure you need that many jars?" Because I got more jars than that I already had. But I think I do need that many jars, but I might not need much more than that many jars. Hotton Queen, hello, or Hatton Queen, whatever you want it pronounced like. I wouldn't want to be intentionally be a manipulating. Are you saying that's what I'm saying about Ruben? No. You love me with all your heart? Thanks, Hatton Queen. Well, you know, I am your benefactor type, Ruben. That means I believe I understand you better than I do. And you're likely to believe it too and resent it. So, great job, us. Because we know these things, we can avoid any problems. They're bad at being sexy or flirting. I'm bad at being sexy or flirting. I only know one strategy. That's just to go, sup, 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 over and over again. Or, you know, when somebody says something random, right? Like, let's say they go, "Hi, I went to Subway today and got a couple of sandwiches." And you go, "That's sexy." That's one thing you do. Who knows, Ruben? I think at this point, because we understand all these things well enough that it kind of disrupts any expectations you might have as to how, like, being able to predict how things are going to play out. Once you metacognited enough, then you kind of disarm the reflexiveness. Gee, you know what you should do? You should quit telling me to quit vertical streaming. How about that? Or you should get one of these and one of these. There. You got 2 of them. Congratulations. Oh, dude, I am so happy you were alive, bro. You are so funny and down to earth. My favorite channel for sure. Well, thanks, free samples. That's very nice of you to say. I was kind of hoping that when I went live that lady whose panel I was on yesterday would be live. I mean, so I would go on her panel instead. Although I knew she wasn't going to be live this time. She streams later because I am still mad at that guy yesterday who got me mad successfully and basically successfully word bullied me, which is something I'm very unfamiliar with happening. Yeah, I get it. I heard you already. Abhishek Shuk. Allah is not my bitch. We are a mutually respecting, loving couple, okay? He likes getting pegged, and I have a wooden leg, so it works out fine. Vertical streaming brings in views, therefore superior. I mean, the bottom line is this. Vertical streaming is preferred by me because it has proven to still have, to still provide me more opportunity for new eyes. At the same time, I would agree that if it didn't have that advantage, obviously horizontal streaming is better because it's not just one vertical thing. This is just for phones, I went offline last night before, let me see. Before I could respond to your question, I had linked Liliana's video that night when Eric talked about being on her panelverse the first time. If you go there and scroll through the chat, you will find it. I can't find it any longer. But it's not private and it was streamed on YouTube. I mean, she might have privated it since. It's possible. I don't mind being trolled. I enjoy interacting with low FE folks for that reason. I can practice actively disengaging FE attention and, for example, not be super responsive or not ask for permission for certain things. The lady's name is Liliana, but it was this guy that was on the panel there. It took me by surprise. I discussed it a lot last night. Basically, he was saying something wrong. He was saying that that no-knock warrants are predicated on exigent circumstances. And I tried to correct him and say, no, exigent circumstances make a warrant unnecessary. He didn't want to be corrected, and he started like rah, 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 talking over me, and he got me all like upset, like I was mad, and he got under my skin successfully. But he just I didn't expect him to. Things have been going perfectly pleasantly for the entire duration of the conversation up until that point. He obviously didn't like being corrected. So I feel the need to go back there again while he's there and say, look, fucktard, you got me last time, but you got me because you're dishonest. He definitely was dishonest in the sense that he was saying, as a strategy for provoking me, he was saying how he was concerned about me and stuff, and but more importantly, he was clearly just talking out of his ass because he didn't know what was correct about the thing, but was saying it in this authoritative tone. So I don't know if that's exactly lying, but it's a form of dishonesty. It wasn't on flow state, no. But the concern trolling, yeah, sure. I'm concerned about you. You seem upset, etc. It's just provoking your emotions and then making them the focus of the discussion. Obviously, the focus of the discussion should have been as quick as, "Oh, cool, thanks. I guess I got that wrong," or something like that. But no, it didn't go down like that. I feel the need to go back and, if nothing else, it's like, since that guy successfully got under my skin, since that guy successfully made me upset and in some sense therefore won the exchange, it doesn't matter that I was right, I feel the need to go back there and, if nothing else, get the free practice of learning to not be triggered by that. I don't kiss all on the lips, man. That's disgusting. You know where he is a whore. I would never kiss that man on the lips. They're in the same class of things, but not the same thing. I'm not exactly sure what you're referring to, but if you're saying like regarding the exigent circumstances and no-knock warrants, I mean, I get that no-knock warrants are predicated on things like possible destruction of evidence. I'm not disputing that. But if it's actually exigent circumstances, that's a different thing. That means that the cops see something that causes them to have good cause to intervene despite it being a warrantless invasion of property or something, right? Oh, exceptions to general Fourth Amendment. Yeah, okay, yeah. So you're right. Yeah, for sure. It's in the same category of thing there. The good news is, Abhishek Shelky, all that isn't going to do anything to either of us, so it's fine. The worst is if you have a couple of dumbasses together. We're worried about you, bro. So then please do A, B, and C. Oh, yeah, it's not even very well disguised. It's a strategy of dissembling, right? Of refusing to address what's actually being said, and instead making your frustration at their dissembling the issue. And it works well because a lot of people, they do evaluate a situation based on who's more emotionally charged. The one who's more emotionally charged is going to be viewed as the problem, right? So I'd like to go back there because I should not be triggerable like that. And that guy was very successful at triggering me. So I need to go practice not being triggered by him. Because, fuck that guy and fuck that shit. It's like, I'm sorry, you were wrong and I corrected you. I'm sure you're accustomed to your authoritative tone convincing everybody that you're correct because nobody really knows about that stuff very much, in general. In this particular instance, you said your wrongness around me, so I corrected you. Get over it, dude. If you can't be corrected, you're just dooming yourself to permanent wrongness. Yeah, I hate I hate it when I need to be calm and determinate in my words, and I've got adrenaline pumping and shit like that. It disrupts my ability to be effective. But the thing is, if I'm going into a circumstance where I know it's going to be like adversarial discursive engagement, then I can by thinking about it ahead of time and going like, all right, know this is what's coming, Eric. And your number one job is to stay cool. To come in and be cool and stay cool. That means say less, let them talk too much. If they're going to talk over you, stop, let them finish, and then try again, when I think about those things ahead of time, then I can do them just fine, usually. Although, obviously, I'm more or less susceptible to being emotionally manipulated depending on my overall mood and state of mind and stuff too. Obviously that's significant, but generally if I think ahead enough, it should be fine. Hi, No Sage. How are you? Do you still have no sage? Because I know you have parsley, rosemary, and thyme, so you must really be like, where's the sage? And the thing is, I wasn't even trying to like prevent him from carrying on with what he was saying. I was just interjecting like, well, actually, that's not right quite, but you know, but people don't like to be corrected. People don't like to be corrected. Some people really don't like it, and some people just kind of don't like it. I don't think there's anybody who likes it necessarily. I might appreciate it after it happens, but I'm not going to enjoy it anyway. You are beset by evil spirits from your lack of sage. Understandable. We sage this place 4 or 5 times a day because otherwise the evil spirits just come rushing right back in. So, what's going on here? What am I doing? I'm drinking some water. Can you tell when logical statements are actually emotional declarations? I mean, that's not a meaningful distinction, right? What I'm saying as a statement is either correct or incorrect, justified well or justified poorly, etc. Whether I might also be in a highly emotionally agitated state or a very calm state. Regardless, the words mean the same thing. And it doesn't matter whether my words have been motivated by my being emotionally charged or by some dispassionate decision, because the meaning of the words can be evaluated on its merits. And in fact, it's always a fallacy to say that I don't have to pay attention to what you're saying because of how you're saying it. Okay, so these are the wettest ones over here. These are wet-ish, not quite ready to go into any jars. Do you want to go outside, Capio? No. Let's see about in here. Let's get these. You know, I guess we probably won't need all 3 boxes of jars. Probably just need 2 boxes of jars. Although there's just stuff in there in the living room too. Maybe we will. It's hard to say. It's easy to say, but hard to know. I hear Capio running upstairs. It's funny how loud little kitty runs can be down here. God damn it. Stop dropping shit, Eric. Alright, cool. Got all the rest of it from in here. I'll come back and turn that off in a second. There might be consequences if someone's disrespectful, but online that's not the case. I mean, to me, it doesn't really matter at all if we were in the same physical space. It would have been exactly the same experience for me, namely, an instance, an example of somebody getting the better of me because they took advantage of my emotionality in a given moment or instance, you know? And the only thing to take away from it is that I need to be desensitized towards that form of triggering, or else I'll be susceptible to it in the future again, you know? I don't like to lose. When I do lose, I like to learn something from it. I also am not ever even able to pretend I haven't lost when I have. Maybe I used to be able to a long time ago, but not now. There's no lying to myself. I'm not a good liar, so I don't believe myself. Like Selena Gomez, I'm a bad liar. Okay. There. One more jar is all filled up, ready to go into my cup. Do I yearn to have my heart fuzzed? Do I think about Rizzy? I mean, I am the one who provides the Riz. I don't typically get rizzed. Obviously, my beautiful wife is extremely sexy, but that's a reality to be expected when you're dealing with a man who has as much Riz as I do. Namely, my Riz gauge is all the way up to F, which stands for full. Full fun and frolicking with all this Riz. All right. These are not really all the way dry yet. I'm not the recipient. Right, exactly. I'm the Rizifactor, not the Rizificionary. Except they won. There was some girls going, between every statement. I saw a video a few years ago of the National Debate Champions. It was very disturbing. They were going, between every statement, meaning like they're probably trying to spread like, is that what you mean? I don't know. A lot of times things go on in competition debate that regular people would watch it and just be like, what the fuck is this? Understandably, because it's not what, the colloquial understanding of debate is at the top level. It's highly technical. Highly technical. Like my education at MIT. What pronoun do I prefer? I'm fond of themselves. Or, y'all. Y'all's an informal pronoun in English, but a pronoun nevertheless. Which pronoun do you prefer? Really, I generally prefer nouns over pronouns. Like, just name the thing what it is, rather than, like, if I'm talking about a stick, rather than say, look at that or it, you should say, look at the stick. Understand that you seem like a nice guy, so I'm going to troll everyone. Well, if you could actually enjoy this live stream without trolling, or you could continue to try to troll it, because I'm not worried about anybody and their trolling efforts. I have, after all, many, many, many hours of experience live streaming. So, a lot of times people come in wanting to troll and end up finding that this is not a terrible home base to depart from on their various trolling adventures. I've got a watch that says it's almost 1 o'clock. Are you sure about that? Says ASSC. Am I sure about what? Also, I like to replace adverbs and adjectives with better verbs and nouns. It's a good strategy. Yeah. Ideally, I noun all my verbs, like I just did, you know. Pronoun is just slang for proper noun, huh? Like instead of ran hurriedly, you could say bolted. True. Concision is desirable most of the time, if not all the time. My proverbial underbelly is not yet exposed for attack. The thing is, I want to be desensitized to things that might trigger me. In this instance, I'm pretty well thoroughly desensitized to things that might trigger me in chat. Because, obviously having exclusive control over the audio space gives me an insurmountable advantage. I don't want to go back to the nursing home because I don't have a lot of good memories from there. That's where my mother was and where she died. But they were good nursing home, don't get me wrong. But I wasn't pleased with the hospice nurses. So now that my mother is dead, and my father as well, I have no reason to go to any further nursing homes. Just get out of here, old people place. Oh, nothing to be sorry about. I mean, I know, like to quote Martin Short, I know you're thinking, surely you're too young to have lost a parent. It's fine. When you get to be old, your parents are supposed to be dead, right? They got to die at some point, or else you just be like Prince Charles, just waiting around forever for your parent to die. Now his parents dead, finally, his mom died, and he's like, okay, I get to be king for like 6 months before I die of cancer. Am I sure about what? If I state it definitively, then you can assume I'm sure about it. King Charles is going to save England. You watch. Old man, hit a blinker, stop smoking, drug addict, baldy. Thanks, Jeremiah Fakes. Appreciate it. Great work. No, we don't want a King Charles. We want a King William. That's what the British people say. Well, sure, some of them don't say that, but, some of them do. England is a thief country? Does that mean that it's a country where thieves have refuge? Does it mean it's a country that steals things? Does it mean it's a country that produces a lot of thieves that they then export to other countries? I want to know. I know you got to respect the line of succession. Sure, that's fine. I'm just saying it would have kind of sucked to be Prince Charles, right? You just have to obey your mom until you're like 70, 80 years old because you're in the royal family and your mom's the queen. And it's not like the queen was especially proud of King Charles. It's pretty obvious that she was like, oh, God, why did I have to have you, King Charles? Prince Charles at the time. Meghan Markle is a sociopath. Horrible bitch. Who obviously does not care about her husband at all and only cares about herself. No sage thinks that women should only be allowed to rule in the royalty of England until their male is old enough to take over. Thanks, No Sage, for that. That's great. Meghan Markle is horrible. You think King Charles is a spaniel? You think he's a cocker spaniel? Cocker spaniels are so much more popular than vagina spaniels. And why is that? I say misogyny, that's why. Because of the patriarchy. That's why. Otherwise, cockatoos and vagina twos would be equally popular. Cocker spaniels and vagina spaniels would be equally popular. There's only one reason to explain it. Because The men are paying women less for doing the same work, and that's not fair. Time for your fiber. I actually don't need any fiber right now. I don't remember hearing that, but that would be a good one, Ruben, to use against me. Time for your fiber. Because not only am I old, I also am usually constipated. But not today. Not today, everybody. I had a big poop this morning, so that line's not going to work on me today. But that line would have worked on me when I was younger too, if I was feeling constipated. It is true that I'm not historically good at pooping. Like, I don't keep up with it adequately. And it's also true that I don't really eat any vegetables or things that help you to poop more. Mostly just cheese and meat and, sodas and stuff. I'm drinking water at the moment, though. The levee broke today. Yeah, exactly. The levee broke and released the Kraken. But to be honest, yesterday I didn't poop at all, but the day before I really had the full Kraken release. Today was kind of like a follow-up Kraken release. There's a little bit of Kraken that was still left from 2 days ago. Yesterday, I pooped so much the day before that I just didn't have any need to poop at all. You gotta eat vegetables, dude. They're so good. Well, I do eat onions. Onion is a vegetable that I eat because why? It doesn't get old very fast. It lasts a long time. So you put it in the fridge, and a few weeks from now you might take out onion out and it's still fine. If you leave like broccoli in the fridge for weeks, then it's just gonna be a disgusting mess, Well, go ahead, eat. You don't need me to watch you. I'm right here anyway. Just go eat. It's not like I'm far away. Should we make some lunch? What do you think? Maybe we should. I did go to the store this morning. I got more cat food for the cats. So they don't have to eat tuna anymore. Yesterday, they had, for both lunch and dinner, I didn't have any cat food for them. So they had tuna. They liked it the first time, but the second time I gave them tuna, they're just like, okay, enough of this. Where's our cat food? They both like iams, regular iams. Yeah, I hear you meowing, but I don't understand why. Because your food's right there, and I'm right here, so go fucking eat it. Oh, really? Really? Is that what you're trying to tell me, Mr. Meows-a-Lot? That I'm not close enough to your food to safely watch you? Now I am, okay? Go ahead, eat. I'm right here. I will protect you from predators. Yes, you're a good boy. And the only reason I yell at you is because you're incredibly fucking annoying. You want me to watch you eat, and you don't care at all whether I want to watch you eat. Right now I'm rinsing out the coffee thing. I want to make some new coffee. All right. Cat's done eating. The grounds are poured out. Now we can take this part of the coffee maker and take it to the laundry room where, using the laundry sink, we will fill it up with new water, empty out the old coffee that's left a little bit at the bottom here. And then once we start the new coffee up, we'll have to wait about 15 or 20 minutes. It takes a little while to cook in the percolator. But you know what they say? Good things come to those who wait. I've never found it to be the case, but that's what they say. Yeah. First you want to rinse it a bit to get any kind of old leftover flavor out. So that your coffee will be fresh, exciting, and new. Now we're just going to fill that up with water, not all the way to the top, but like to about like there or so. We're going to use this nice cold water. You could use hot water, but they say don't. And the reason they say don't is because supposedly the water in your hot water heater isn't as good to drink or something as cold water that you heat up. I don't know if I buy it though. I think it's just big cold water telling propaganda lies again, as is their wont. Alright, that's good enough. Now this is a pretty full thing of water. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put you over here. You're going to be able to see all of the action from once I enter into the kitchen all the way over to here. But you're not going to be able to see me walking down the hallway. But get ready to keep your eye right over there, and you're going to see something really exciting in a minute. Okay, wow. Oh my God, wow. That guy's carrying that big thing. Yeah, I am. Because I'm strong, like a man. I'm strong enough for a man, but made for a woman. Like Secret. Alright. Now is the hardest part of this whole thing. Getting this to go in the hole. There, I got it. Oh no, are we out of coffee? Do I have another thing of coffee anywhere? Oh my God. Are you serious? Oh. Are you serious though? Maybe I do have some coffee somewhere. Let's go look in the garage and see if I can find a bag of coffee. Oh, I should have gotten coffee at the store, but I totally forgot. Didn't even think about it. Maybe there's some in here. That's possible too. I don't see any though. So now let's look in the garage. There probably is a bag of coffee in here. Well, that probablys and schmobablys, we'd all have a Merry Christmas. Oh, we do have it though, see? Sumatra and decaf please. I could make a half calf even. You guys want half calf? I mean, I do drink so much coffee that it's probably a good idea to go half calf. All right. Since I found coffee, we do not have to cry. So put away your crying towels, everybody. Crying time is over. Go ahead, Trouble. Go ahead. Go outside. Of course, the cats have cat doors they can go out, but both the cats prefer to make me open the door for them. So that's fine. At least when they're outside, they're not bothering you. I don't mind the little bit of extra doorman work if it saves me from being inundated with meowings. Because Trouble will meow you until he will meow you into submission. That cat has got every meow in the book and he's not afraid to use them. There. I'm done making coffee. It's not done being made, but I'm done with my part of it. The machine does the rest. Okay. Let's see what's going on in the chat. My dad is 6'6", says No Sage. He's taller than me. I'm 6'5". You people are rich. Europeans become very rich by looting us. Okay, well, I guess you must have been excessively lootable. Somehow it's your fault. I'm 6'5". My son Eric had physical challenges early on. I wanted him to have some height on him and fed him that way. He's now 6 feet. And 130 pounds. That's pretty small, pretty light for 6 feet. But I feel that because, you know, I'm 6'5" and 180 at most. Ketchup is a soup. Kale is the worst of the cruciferous vegetables. Are those the vegetables that get crucified or what? Iams is such a blasphemous name for cat food. Why is it a blasphemous name for cat food? Cabbage? I don't like cabbage. I mean, I don't mind corned beef and cabbage, but... Okay. I already had a frozen meal, so, you know, I don't really need to make lunch at the moment, but may have been a while ago that I had it. I am. Oh. I don't think that's is that what it means? I ams? No, I think it's just Eams. It's like maybe the last name of the person who made it was Eam or something. Or Eams. Let's see. Yeah, it's got an S on it. I ams. I ams what I ams. It's a Popeye reference, perhaps. I do feel kind of hungry. I should eat something. Alright, we're gonna make some food. What are we gonna make? What are we gonna make? We're gonna make bacon sandwiches. Which is really just bacon and bread. But if you put the bacon between the bread, it becomes bacon sandwiches. I'm not going to put any like cheese or anything on it except just bacon and bread. What's going on? What are you doing? What's going on? Well, that was weird. Trouble is like really sketched out, like hissing and roaring at the cat door. But when I looked in there, nothing in the garage. Nobody's trying to get into the house as far as I can see. But he's super freaked out. So maybe something chased him into the garage. Capia's upstairs, so I know it has nothing to do with her. Do this one, Eric. Okay, now I'm going to put some breads in here. These breads will cook in a toaster oven to become toast. They'll start off as simple breads, but they'll end up as toast. There. It doesn't really have, it's got little pictures on it, right? Like a picture of a toast, a picture of a bagel. You cannot trust the toast picture. You'll have burnt bread if you trust the toast picture. But it's nice having a toaster oven. This is something I've never had in my house. In my parents' house and any house I've lived in until this house, I've never had a toaster oven. It's nice to have one. It came with the other house. We moved it over here. Hey, wow, I understand this, Sage. I appreciate that. I appreciate you mentioning that you would offer me some sage. Hey, make Nakala. My name's not Nekwa. They take up too much counter space. That's a fair complaint about them, White Cliff. But before I got this toaster oven, if I wanted to toast bread, I just put it in the oven. And to me, this is sufficiently more convenient than that it's worth the extra counter space. I do have a decent amount of counter space, but it's not a huge kitchen, So it's a modest kitchen, 4-burner stove. Really, the toaster oven is best for bagels, but I don't get bagels very often. You can also melt cheese on top of bread in there. That's kind of useful. But I'm not going to say you're wrong, okay? I'm not going to say you're wrong about this because it is true that toaster ovens take up too much counter space. Like, other things like that I put away between usage. I have a mixer that I put away after I use it because it's so big. If I had a Cuisinart, same thing. I don't have one, but I wouldn't mind getting one. My mom had a Cuisinart all the time when I was growing up, and she used it all the time. One of the best things about having an enclosed yard is that if you have a compost pile, you can chop up all of your kitchen waste in there and just dump it in the compost pile, and it turns to compost very quickly. At least that's what Mom did. And you know, my mom, she was kind of a bit of a classical mom in her relationship with kitchen and garden and stuff like that. I had for breakfast every morning eggs and bacon and sometimes French toast, sometimes regular toast. French toast was something my mom made a lot though. Because my parents used to buy these baguettes at the store, like French baguettes. And those are only good for like one day, really. After that, they're stale. But they make great French toast. Which I guess is fitting since it's French bread. Hello, bacon, my old friend. I'm going to cook you up again. Because you're sizzling with your meaty freshness. And you taste just like a pig for breakfast. It does taste just like a pig for breakfast. It's breakfast pig. Alright, we're going to rinse these off. And once we've done rinsing them, then we'll really have done something important. Then we'll be ready for the next step of evolution, in which I get laser eyes. Water's here, fine. Get one of these plates, and I'll put some breads on it as per now. I'm sorry, I said breads, I meant toasts. But this bacon's a little ways to go, obviously. It's not gonna cook that quickly. I mean, how expensive has bacon gotten? Like, I got it today because it was on sale. It was on sale, $2 off for $6.99. What? Are you kidding me? That's too expensive for bacon. There's something else I was gonna get, but then I was like, oh, fuck that noise, that's too expensive. What was it? I can't remember, but I was shocked that it was like 20 bucks. Groceries have gotten really expensive. But on the plus side, living out here means we rarely go out to eat. So that saves some substantial amount of food money there. And I've even started cooking things that are kind of like, you know, not necessarily on purpose for this, but and bacon packages are smaller. Yeah, is that not a pound of bacon? It doesn't seem like a pound of bacon, huh? Laser eyes are merely an adaptation. Right. In order for my laser eyes to evolve, I have to give birth to a baby with laser eyes who needs to mate with another human who's also been born with laser eyes. 12 ounces. So you're saying not only am I paying more, but they're also cheating me out of 4 ounces of bacon? My lord. You know what the next thing to inflate is going to be? I'll tell you. Housing prices. Because it's the one thing that hasn't been subject to inflation. I mean, by housing prices, I mean the price of a house. I don't mean the amount you have to pay to get housing, because obviously that impacts rent, but it's not exactly the same thing. Gasoline. Gasoline might go up again. I always hear the news about the dollar is inflated 23%. It's such bullshit. Things cost literally 2 to 3 times as much at the grocery store. Well, because the thing is, it is the case that not everything inflates at the same amount. Groceries are inflated, have inflated the most, maybe of anything. Tips for getting prescribed Adderall? You have to be prescribed from a Norwegian doctor or what? I mean, it's hard to say what Norwegian doctors are looking for. I would just hammer the fact that you were on it before, and that it saved your ass at a job where you were really having trouble getting things done, and you know from experience that it's effective for you, and that you're having the same problems that caused you to get prescribed it in the first place now in Norway. Because what you're doing then is you're giving the Norwegian doctor a reason to not have to have all of the responsibility for the decision on his shoulders. You're telling him, I've already been prescribed for this for the following reason. It works. We already know this from experience. And now I just need to get it prescribed here because in the absence of them having the same problems, they got me to get prescribed in the first place. He says, what are those problems? You say, I can't follow through on getting shit done. I've got executive functioning problems, as they say. I mean, duh, doctor, don't you know what the fucking symptoms of ADHD are? I would also hammer the point that you clearly know better what drugs you should put in your body than any other person can know. And that includes the doctor. While you understand that the doctor represents a hoop you must jump through in order to get your drugs, it is not the case that he knows best whether you should get those drugs. You know best, obviously, because you're you. You say, look, I respect that there might be a need for a gatekeeper or whatever. I'm not here to argue the legitimacy of prescription drugs as a barrier to just people medicating themselves however or whatever. But the bottom line is, in this case, the gatekeeping is due to a kind of puritanical dislike of drugs that are fun. So regardless of why you want to give it to me, doctor, just give it to me. Either because I have ADHD or because you're sane and I'm making sense or whatever reason, but don't fuck around. I'm tired of this. I just do your job, write me my script, and get the fuck out of here. But you gotta say all of that in Norwegian. Okay, Abraham? You gotta have Susie translate it for you so you make sure to get it right. Just play her this part of the live stream, Have her write it all down in Norwegian and then read it to the doctor. Guten the fuck out is Norwegian for get the fuck out. Well, this bacon's almost done. I think we're all pretty pleased with that. It's sizzling like Bear Grylls is grizzling. 12 ounces of bacon. These scoundrels, the scoundrels at the bacon company, cheating me out of bacon. You know what's still cheap though? Happy to say, potatoes. Potatoes are still cheap. And you know, you can eat a lot of potatoes. We eat a lot of potatoes. Obviously, you need salt and butter. Butter's not cheap. And ketchup, which is, yeah, but the thing is, salt's pretty cheap. Potatoes are cheap. And you could have multiple meals just with potatoes, butter, and salt. Ketchup would be desirable too. Obviously, if you get extra shit like sour cream, it's better, you know. Or you can also cut up some onions and put it on your potato. Those are cheap as well. Rice is pretty cheap and beans are cheap, you know. You can always make shit like that. I like to eat meat, so, but I still, it's, you know, I get some bratwurst, I put them in the freezer, get some bacon, a couple packages of bacon, got 2 packages of bacon, put them in the freezer. I got 2 bags of chicken tenders, frozen chicken tender things. So if I want to cook chicken and rice, I can cook those. Those are raw chicken, you know. And raw sausages, raw bacon. Obviously, you can buy a lot of these things pre-cooked all the way, but they're not as good that way. Not as good as when you cook it yourself. I will set one of these bacon sandwiches aside for Rachel, but I'll make them both right here. And I say that, but I also know that if I finish eating the first one, I'm still like super hungry, and a decent chance I just start eating the second one without stopping myself. I just think to myself, well, Rachel can eat something else like hot. But my goal is not to do that. My goal is to get out of here, Smoke. My goal is to save a sandwich for her. All right. I've got rhythm, I've got music. Who could ask for anything more? There's a reason for the word lunatic. Oh yeah, this is crispy. I am definitely not eating any mushy bacon. It's possible to burn bacon, but it's not that easy. You know, you gotta really pay no attention to it to burn it. Because you can cook it heavy. Dexedrine. Just get straight Dexedrine. It's better than Adderall. What's the safest meth? Probably crystal meth. It's just a guess. I'm no doctor. Nosage says, I think the nighttime being brighter invites people to be more likely to do bad nighttime things. Five ants is fine. The thing about five ants is it's not very abusable. Not as abusable. Connor Scott says, no, comma, meth is the safest meth. Well, that's what I'm saying. The crystalline form. Or you could say the meth they prescribe you. Because there is prescription meth, you know. Oh yeah, you'll get the desired effect with fewer side effects and less fiendiness and stuff too. But I don't know, it depends how fiendy you are. No, it doesn't kick as good, but it works really well. But it's slow acting, you know, you have to be metabolized through the liver, so you take it in the morning and definitely try to get the maximum dose if you're on 5 ounce. How's it going, Mr. Strauss? Ritalin's not very good. They do have prescription meth. Let me see what it's called. I forget what it's called. Disoxin. As for this, if you could get that, I'd be jealous. I mean, I'm not sure if I really want that, but it'd be kind of cool to be prescribed meth. Yeah, it's a lawsuit. According to the lawsuit, Garth Brooks is not good. But, you know, I think what the whole Diddy thing proved is that, like, he just wants to sexually abuse anybody. Well, that is quite delicious. Rachel, I do have a bacon sandwich for you too. So come down and eat it if you'd like. I guess. Oh. No, there it is. Here's my water. Never mind. So really, I'm waiting for the coffee to be done. You're hungry? I was hungry. No, I'm not comparing Garth Brooks to Diddy at all. I don't think Garth Brooks is even accused of rape. But I am saying that, like, the fact that Garth Brooks is accused of inappropriate contact with a woman doesn't mean he's not gay, because look at Diddy. Jordan Ritalin, say it messes up your stomach. You don't say that.
Thank you so much.
So I got started on Concerta, which I think is Ritalin. I didn't like it. And I just told them made my stomach upset, and that I didn't like it. I mean, you should also start talking to the doctor by saying, look, I understand that you're going to start me on Ritalin, but just for forewarning, I'm only going to be on it for 1 month, because I already know it upsets my stomach, and I don't want that one. I know what I want because I've been on it before. I know it works, etc. So I get that you got to jump through these hoops, and I'm willing to jump through them with you, but let's both be aware that we're going to eventually get to prescribing me meow. Host Eric, if you had Diddy's money, what ultimate fantasy would you pay for? Nothing. I mean, what? I don't. I mean, maybe I'd have like a cool Vegas talking with famous people convention.
That would be cool.
We'd have donkey water polo.
Donkey water polo.
Of course, that takes money to have donkey water polo. You gotta get donkeys. You gotta get shallow pools. You gotta get polo mallets. Whole 9 yards. I mean, I guess if I had that kind of money, we'd have a palatial estate of some sort.
What? Yeah.
A palatial estate with shit tons of land.
That we wouldn't take care of.
But that would keep us isolated from everybody else. Oh yeah. I would love to put on a festival where I get to decide what all the things are. That'd be great. That'd be fun, you know. I have lots of funny ideas that I'd like to do. But the thing is, I also know that when you actually get down to the nuts and bolts, spending the money, doing the business, making the shit happen, that's boring. All right, see you, No Sage. Have a good day.
Bye, No Sage.
And don't forget to eat plenty of cheese. Now, I believe that the Dodger game should be coming on pretty soon.
It's exciting.
It's exciting and new. let me see. Mobile. That's a 508.
I guess it's in. Is it in?
It's in Los Angeles, but
Yeah.
usually they don't have Sunday games that late. I guess because of the playoffs.
I wonder because of football.
Oh yeah, maybe because of football. The Yankees won last night.
I know. I heard. My dad let me know. So they're in, right?
Yeah, the Yankees are in the World Series. Now we just got to get the Dodgers to go into the World Series. My man boob just flipped out, bro. Please look away. Fair enough. I will. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna look away too.
Yeah.
You need your privacy.
Mm-hmm. That's why I started wearing overalls. That way, in case, my shirt was to fall off, I'd still be covered by this in a very sexy way. Yeah, in a very sexy way. Just like the farmer's daughters spreads in Playboy magazine. Where they had the girl with the overalls on with no shirt on underneath.
Oh, that's very sexy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I guess it's a part of celebrity life, being naked at some point. No.
You think celebrities are more naked than regular people? I mean, obviously, Diddy's in their circle spend a lot of time with their clothes off, but do you think that's typical of most celebrities? That
they like to strip down a celebrity.
Look at my bod.
Yeah.
Look at it.
I'm
a celebrity.
Yeah.
Miley Cyrus or Selena Gomez. You'll see a story occasionally. Not so much Miley Cyrus anymore, but like Selena Gomez shocks and sexy new pics on Instagram or something like that. Her publicist probably pushed that story out or something like that.
It's interesting. Selena Gomez, I don't think has really had anything like that where she was like, in Rolling Stone and they put her in like a sexy outfit.
Well, she didn't have her Miley Cyrus phase.
No.
You know who did? Miley Cyrus.
Miley Cyrus.
Yeah.
Hi, social media.
She said, what I'm going to do is swing naked on a wrecking ball. And that's a good idea. Also, what I'm going to do is twerk on that son of the Growing Pains dad. Alan Thicke's son. Robin Thicke. I'm going to twerk on Robin Thicke's crotch.
Mm-hmm. He was like a married man. And that all stirred up like...
It seemed to me that most people's problem with it was incredibly awkward.
Yeah, it was.
And like, nobody's thinking that's sexy, Miley Cyrus. Yeah, Miley's got a fine voice.
No, she does.
I'm not critiquing her singing at all.
No, she's
And
not.
she's had some good songs too. She wasn't all just garbage.
No. And that her phase of transitioning from like America's Sweetheart kind of, or Disney Sweetheart to like...
To dumb slut.
I guess, yeah. I mean, she dated everyone.
Okay, listen, you guys. It's time for me to break out of these teen roles. I need to get into my dumb slut phase.
She kind of still is a little bit.
I'm going to stay there for the rest of my life.
Yeah.
Dolly Parton is her godmother,
Yeah,
huh?
that's true. Mm-hmm. Dolly Parton is her godmother.
Well, is Dolly Parton still alive?
Mm-hmm.
She obviously is very successful with her amusement park. She has an amusement park called Dollywood, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's part of her amusement park. And I forget which state it's in, maybe Tennessee. She's like royalty in that state.
Pretty much. I think it is Tennessee.
Zachy Hanzo says, Eric, do you believe in Jesus Christ as Lord and Savior? Well, I do self-identify as a Christian. I don't feel any particular need to affirm position statements regarding it. Because obviously, that would be not respecting the nature and requirements of faith. But you know what I do have faith in, a lot of faith in? This coffee that's about to be ready. I think it's going to be delicious, like Swedish fishes.
Oh my gosh. What a day to wake up.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
Thank you for getting the Halloween candy.
No problem. I got us 2 pumpkins as well. I don't really want to necessarily carve them. We can, but...
You don't have to. We can just leave them out.
Yeah, just so that they know this is a house that's doing Halloween, you know? Because last year we got no kids, but this year we see these flyers up around the neighborhood that say, all kids meet here on Halloween for trick-or-treating down at the end of Snyder Ridge here. And so we're thinking maybe we will get some kids this year, so we better get some candy. Is that dark enough yet? It's not quite done, but it's pretty close. I think I'll have a possibly premature cup of coffee. Let me taste it before I make Rachel a cup. If it is too weak, then I'll give it a second before I make her a cup. Let's give it the old taste test.
You got the good candy too.
Did I?
I mean, gummy bears and Jolly Ranchers. And...
I didn't spend a lot of time picking the ones I picked, but I figured that was adequate. Taste this coffee and see if you like it, and if you want, I'll make your cup. If you think you want it to be a little stronger, then we can wait a little longer.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna wait a little longer.
Okay.
That's okay.
No problem. I will let you make your own cup of coffee. I just caught the end of the conversation about Dolly, but she helps a lot of people around this area, and that's why she's royalty here. Well, I wasn't critiquing it. I think it's fine that, you know, citizens of a given state become significant within their state, because after all, we were really always supposed to be citizens of our respective states, not of a single federal government. I'm 5'2" Indian janitor, and bald, is it over for me? And bald, is it over for me? No. You're still alive, aren't you? It's not over till you're dead. Personally, I'm not convinced I'm going to die. I think I might just... I'll believe it when I experience it, okay?
That's like such an SI thing to say.
Yeah. And she's pretty classy too. Like, for her whole career, people were always offering her money to show her tits on camera, but she always refused to do so. Now, I think probably nobody wants to see her tits anymore because she's a very old woman. But not that nobody wants to see old woman tits, but She's got to be like 80 years old now, right? Or like even older, maybe like 90 years old. That's she's gonna be. She will have sagged some. Let's put it that way. She would have sagged some were we to have attained pictures of her boobs now, and be have something to reference from before. We would see saggage, I'm sure. And again, I'm not critiquing sagging either. I don't mean to be body shaming anybody. I'm just commenting that probably she doesn't get as many requests, many offers to pay her for seeing her boobs as she used to get. Fartlady.com is not a website I or anybody else wants to go to, show media. I was deep into your country's period of history around 1933 and the following 12 years. I wanted to know why people followed. I have now seen this happen in my own country. Is Goblin German? I mean, it's not happened in America, okay? That's not the case. It's not the case that we have persecution of specific groups, ethnic groups. It's not the case that we have gotten rid of the transition of power. It's not the case that we're trying to recover our national ego from oppressive reparations after the First World War, etc. Hi, Nadezhda Komarovskaya. A lot of people wanted to know why did people go along with this? Well, the thing is, people didn't exactly go along with it. It's just that, I mean, some people did, sure, plenty of people probably did, but it's more like the people in general are not going to be the good people are not going to be that invested in politics because they're not that interested in exerting power. So it doesn't require people to go along for totalitarianism to happen. It just requires that people don't fight back enough, or don't provide a successful alternative. It is the case that America is in not a great place right now, and maybe we'll see if we can get it back better or not. I'd prefer Guns N' Roses over Kansas. Sunbakedroofpoops.com. I mean, I've already been there for most of this morning, so I don't want to go back there again right now.
Sunbathe your poops?
Yeah, I spent a lot of time with their live chat. They have a 24/7 chat support.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was asking questions like, what different kinds of poops can I get? How much sunlight will they have been baked by? Things like that. Good day, Jason Kerr. I said Guns N' Roses over Kansas. ASSC. I chose Guns N' Roses because welcome to the jungle. You got fun and games.
Oh, yeah. You did a great version of Axl Rose.
Thanks. Yeah, I bought that domain and a lot of other domains like what's that in my butt.com and why is this so stinky.com. A lot of different related domain names. Aha. Yeah. Sometimes we poop together, but lately I've been saying, you know what? I'm going to leave you outside when I go to the bathroom. Not you, the people.
Oh, the people.
Like,
Oh,
like,
you haven't been
like
bringing
Rachel,
them
here,
into-
you take care of this camera for a second while I
That's
go to the
true.
bathroom.
That's true.
Yeah.
How polite of you. Would people say that was growth?
Growth?
Yeah.
Well, before they said it was gross. So if they say it's growth now, it might just be they developed a lisp.
Hi, Acacia. Hi, Show Media. Hi, Winston's mom. Hi, Jason Kerr. Hi, ASSC Guns N' Roses, or never mind, ASSC.
That's sexy.
Oh, let's feel sexy.
I'm so sexy. I imagine Drew Barrymore saying that.
Yeah.
I don't need any writers for my show. Cause I'm Drew Barrymore. You know what, Drew Barrymore? I don't dislike you. I think you're fine. You're okay. I don't believe you participated in any Diddy parties.
I don't think so either. Well, I don't know though. It's
Yeah, you never
they
know,
said that
right? We would be shocked,
yeah.
right? Yeah. So I guess one never knows. Could be. Drew Barrymore was right in the middle of all of that stuff. So being like, now I'm gonna rape you.
But she seems more.
I mean, I agree. I don't think she seems like a Didier.
She doesn't seem, but there's like, I mean, if we would be shocked.
I did not know Ashton Kutcher was such a scumbag, right? Until the Danny Masters thing happened.
Well,
Danny
yeah.
Masterson thing.
Yeah.
Their publicist successfully shaped my opinion, and that makes me very mad when I've been fooled. I don't like being fooled. Did Cam scram? Cam scrammed, yeah. He took off yesterday. I think it's fair to say we had quite a wonderful time while he was
Yeah, it was really nice.
here. We had some fun activities. Cameron and I went out in the little car once by ourselves, and then Rachel went with us one time. In both instances, we played throw some rocks.
Huh? It was fun.
Yeah, throw rocks and try to hit that thing. For example.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But throw rocks and try to hit those rocks. It's pretty hard.
Rachel's the one who implemented rock baseball. Cameron and I hadn't really thought about rock baseball, but Rachel's like, if you're going to be throwing rocks, why am I not hitting them with a stick?
Yeah, but you know what? It actually, I'm glad I only made contact with like one, because it could have gone right back to you and like been a really bad experience. So.
That's fine. I got cat-like reflexes. That would have just been bam. Hi, Ellen Dark Gray.
Hey, Goblin.
Am I spreading fibbery? Sometimes I do spread fibbery. I like to call it mythology.
Mythology?
Yeah. I'm not lying. I'm creating a myth. Would you like to share this joint with me?
I actually have.
Oh, you got joints. Okay,
yeah.
cool. Then I'll smoke it myself, by myself, with my own head. Yeah, I know, but, you know, ideally you play throw rocks and aim and stuff, not in my driveway. I mean, granted, Rachel was there with you doing it, so you couldn't have had more better permission than that. But I've been picking up rocks ever since.
It's true. It's true. Once the snow melted, we found like a bunch of rocks. I was like, oh, that's probably from what we were playing.
Cameron and I and Rachel, we went out to the wilderness to throw rocks. Because nobody had to pick those rocks up. Tomato. I prefer, actually, I don't want to call it either fibbing or mythology. I want to call it propaganda.
Oh, propaganda. We're going.
I'm just propagandizing you. I watched a kind of interesting video this morning about North Korea. Like some French people went on vacation there, and like a couple of English people like snuck in with their tour group kind of
Wow.
because it's harder for English people to go there than French people, but it's basically impossible to safely go there as an American. Anyway, the Brits did this video in English of these French people on their tour group in North Korea, and they had a lot of they were able to get a lot of footage that didn't get confiscated. That's okay, Acacia, because I believe you were just about to say that bragging is allowed. As long as your fibbing is braggadocious, it should be fine. As soon as the rocks disappear into the snow, they did not exist for me. That's fair. I understand that. Saved Juden. You mean Juden? You saved the Jews from what? From World War II? That was you? Well, thanks. Good
Wow.
job. I mean, nice of you to do that. Thank you.
You should be in the history books more often.
Yeah. But I get it. A lot of people who do important things don't get written about in the history books. Like, I'm the one who's responsible for the civil rights movement.
That's right.
They never credit me for that. I'm the one who's responsible for taking down the Berlin Wall. They never credit me for that.
It's true. Hey, simple girl.
Hi, simple girl.
Wow, braggery is encouraged, even.
Well, that's why I'm telling you about my accomplishments. I jumped over the Grand Canyon on a horse.
Right the day after you were born.
The day after I was born, but it's an impressive accomplishment even if I had done it as an adult.
Yes, it's true. But I mean, with the motor skills, the lack of motor skills as a newborn.
But on the other hand, the horse had less weight on its back.
That's true.
These are joints. I don't smoke cigarettes anymore. To T-Man Taos. When I did smoke cigarettes, I smoked them outside.
And also, it's our house.
True, but I mean, that's why he says it is because that's what makes it trolly.
I was thinking about trolls last night, and I was trying to figure them out, and I just can't.
Well, I had a fair amount of my headspace occupied by that negative engagement I had with that guy Rada, I think.
Oh.
I wouldn't say he was exactly trolling, but he was successfully provoking me and triggering me. So, that was occupying some of my headspace last night. In general, I think I just have to, it's probably a good idea to return to that kind of environment and practice not being triggered by that kind of stuff, How did the exquisite corpses come out? Not as good as just the pictures that we drew. I think or I drew anyway.
Yeah, it wasn't very as cohesive. Although it was cool that my lightning bolt turned the guy into a electric.
I mean, the thing is, I was on mushrooms, so I didn't have I wasn't as attentive to what I was working off of.
Yeah.
I am work out and at the farm, so I'm just going to listen. I'm out working at the farm. I see. Cool.
Oh.
Great. SLB 3900 says, why are you so old? Because I've lived a total of 52 plus years. Where's my hair? It's over here. Right there, there's some right here.
It's doing good.
Yeah. My nutsack's like a giant shrubbery, so full of pubes is it. I mean, she's special in the actual normal way of meaning the word. She's extremely fantastic, wonderful, all of the above. And the thing is, you're welcome to try to troll me as much as you want. If you insult my wife, however, then you're instantly gonna get hidden.
I can't get the psychology about it.
They get satisfaction from provoking specific emotional responses. Well, you don't get to see it though, SLB 3900. You're not allowed to. No, I'm not going to because you see, I hate to tell you this. I don't want to be mean, but I don't like you.
Oh.
Hi, Taylor Brown. I'm not voting, Doug James. I'm not voting for anybody. Fuck no. The electoral system does not deserve my vote if those are the two candidates. My pubes aren't a democracy. They're a monarchy. They rule over you, and you are their subject. I am rude to you, that's true. Because I don't like you, exactly. Yeah. Normally I am not rude to people, but because I don't like you at all, I'm rude to you. Yes, fuck is important. Yeah. Hi, boobies. Yes, fuck is important? What does that mean?
That sentence?
Yeah, this dude's a doozy.
Doozy.
Oh, I see. You're saying douche. I'm not really a douche.
He's not.
But
you kind of seem like you are.
Yeah, well, projection is typical for trolling. Neither Trump nor Harris. They're both fucking horrible. I'm not dodging, I'm telling you no. You seem to be not very good at distinguishing between things. All right, I'll tell you what, I'll put you on timeout and we'll see how you do. Just put you on 1 minute timeout. I don't want to use protection when having sexual intercourse because I'm married to my beautiful wife. Why would I want to put on a condom or insert an IUD into my penis? No, I don't want to do that.
No.
Boy Luminous says Trump IG. What's IG mean? I guess? What do you mean, I guess? So yeah, that's what they're trying to do, Rachel. What they want to do is provoke an emotional response from you that allows them to take control of the engagement.
It's like crazy though. Like in my mind, it's like, why would someone do that? Like, why would they purposely like go on YouTube to like make people feel bad?
Well, it's something like the satisfaction of winning a sporting contest, I suppose. Probably.
Oh.
You know. And the thing is, I don't even begrudge them trying to troll in this fashion because, you know, I'm live streaming. If I'm not capable of handling trolling from the chat, I shouldn't be live streaming, right? And obviously, I'm empowered with all the tools that I need. Oh, is that the fog emoji? I wasn't sure what emoji it was.
I always used it as the blowing smoke, like smoke out.
I thought it was a person like wrapped in pillows or something.
Oh.
It represented home, but
I was like, whoa, Eric's using the marijuana emoji.
Yeah, and I'm fine with people coming and trying to troll. You know, it's a good experience for them because I'm sure by and large they're able to find some traction when they attempt these things, and they're not able to here, and it's probably informative. You know.
Eric is the realest man I've ever been with.
Yeah.
It's true. Like, really.
Yeah.
Like, he sees through my family's BS and actually stands up for me.
Yeah. And so does my penis. SLB 3900. Yeah. SLB 39 penis doesn't stand
okay.
up
Oh,
for
yeah.
you.
Your penis, I mean, it's definitely manly.
Regardless, SLB 3900. My mother is dead. So if you trolled her last night, then you were talking to a dead woman. And whatever you believed you accomplished in that conversation regarding your trolling efforts was just delusion.
Harvard faces $150 million in debt, is that?
Lawsuit, probably.
Oh.
So the thing is, you're the one who tries to troll dead people. So are you sure you're not the one who's too old for whatever? I have some sanity. I recognize that you can't emotionally provoke the dead. But I get it. You're trying your best. And we appreciate your effort. You know, it's like I appreciate the fact that you came here, you're trying your best, you're giving everything you can think of, not just one, but 2 or 3 tries. Like, yes, I'm old, right? Okay, you've pointed that out before. I'm not actually old, I'm only 53, but that's fine. I believe you've pointed out that I'm bald, and you've asked to see underneath my pants. I've told you no, because obviously, even if I did like you, I wouldn't show you, but I don't like you.
Also, like, you'll get in trouble on YouTube.
Well, true. But mostly, I want SLB 3900 to know that he doesn't get anything because he's so shitty.
SLB stands for some little bitch.
Okay. If you say so.
Yeah. Like.
That's fine. Hi, Bangarang 757. I will try to have a good day, and I want you to have a good day as well. I think my Peacock story didn't get through and was filtered due to me using the word cock. Well,
Oh.
I haven't checked those the comments on those videos for a couple of days. I'll check them today at some point.
What the heck was that?
I have no idea what it is. he's just I think he's kind of beginning to lose the grasp of the limited grasp he has of the English language. Okay. As I told you, if you insult my wife, you get hit. Shooting fish in a barrel is from historical facts. Fish were kept in barrels. Okay, but even if they were kept in barrels, why would they shoot them to get them out? It's like the fact that it's in a barrel means you can just scoop it out with a net. You don't need to shoot it. Well, that's fine. SLB 3900. I'll spare you the challenge. You are hidden, so nobody's going to see anything you say, including me. But this is America. This is America. That's true. But that doesn't mean that I need to listen to SLB 3900, who got frustrated and then tried to attack Rachel, so he got himself hidden. I'm sure they had their reasons. A saying was made from it.
There's a lot of weird sayings, though.
I mean, wouldn't it be easier to shoot a chicken that's been tied down than fish in a barrel? If we were going to really maximize the easiness of this shooting task. Easier than shooting a tied down chicken would make more sense. Somebody tie that chicken down. It's too difficult for me to shoot. I mean, maybe Donald Miller's Electrical Services LLC, it's possible that there was just a glut of bullets and they needed to get rid of them. Donald Miller's Electrical Services LLC, I've tried it. you don't get any kind of clear pitch when you ring a chicken's neck. I'd recommend a bell. What if you miss the fish? Wouldn't you make a hole in the barrel? Good point, Sean. I think no, because I think that the bullet is not going to retain sufficient, as long as you're shooting it straight down, it's not going to retain sufficient velocity through all of that water to get out the bottom of it. That's what I'm thinking. Don't eat chicken. I am going to eat chicken. So, in fact, if you were to make the environmental argument, by far the winning environmental food is chicken. In terms of amount of meow put in and meow gotten out and land usage and all that stuff, it's the most environmentally friendly food for people to eat. More environmentally friendly than, say, soybeans or regular beans or whatever. So indeed, it's a good idea to eat chicken if you love the world and nature and the environment. Unless you hate animals, eat chicken. Of course, I eat meat too, like beef, pork. Chickens multiply quickly. They also give you eggs, so you could just eat their eggs for a while until you get hungry for chicken, and you could eat the chicken. Of course, you have to get a new chicken to make more eggs, but do you know the phrase code switching? Yes, I do. So one might code switch between, say, work and a recreational activity. At work, one might speak more properly. Whereas in the recreational activity, one might say, sup, fuck yeah, what's up, fuck yeah. Because that's you're switching to the code of that group.
Yes.
I'd like to make a short video of,
It's okay, Pee-Pee.
say, I don't know, like the driveway or something, but there's like some balloons or something making it look like a party. And you have 5 different people enter into the frame of the camera at the same time. All of them going, sup, what's up, fuck yeah.
What would it be titled?
It would be titled, How to Talk at a Party. I mean, Angel, no, it's not the case that America is colonialist anymore, and it never really was. I mean, you could make the argument that we were colonial with the Philippines and Guam and a couple of other places, but we were actually a colony to begin with, not a colonial power. So, yes, America is capitalist, but I'm sure you don't know what that means.
So you have 5 cameras all with the guy saying the same thing.
Can you explain what capitalist means? Sure. So, capitalism is the absence of use of force intervening in mutually consenting trade or commerce. We don't want a purely capitalist system, which means we do want the government to intervene somewhat in some markets, primarily to ensure that we have a level playing field. But it is important to remember that capitalism isn't something, it's the absence of something. It's the absence of a third party interfering with the commerce of these 2 parties. Well, I mean, it is the case that whenever anybody plunders, there are those who benefit from the plundering, right? So if I go and rob your house and then I take all of your stuff and money and I split it amongst my friends, me and my friends all benefit from that. But that doesn't make it just. So we want to make sure that justice is prioritized over what you like, right? I mean, the U.S. does use sanctions to intervene. I'm not saying the U.S. doesn't intervene all around the world, right? It definitely does. That's not the same thing as colonizing. So it's incorrect to say that we're a colonial power. It doesn't mean we don't interfere. Maybe we should, maybe we shouldn't. I'm not making a point either way on that. By and large, I think we interfered way too much, but it's definitely the case that that interfering/intervening is different than colonizing. So you're wrong. I'm not missing the point. I'm making a point. And if you don't agree with it, then you're wrong. Capitalism exists. It's what naturally happens when you've got people living in a system with sufficient infrastructure to support commerce and a currency of some sort, right? You need to have money and infrastructure, and then all of a sudden people will, independent of any system, will make commerce with each other. Unfortunately, what will happen often is instead of capitalism, you'll get those who are successful at making commerce with each other, preventing others from competing fairly in the marketplace. So that's the alternative to capitalism. That happens either with socialism or fascism or any system that's not absent of use of force is going to exhibit obviously some use of force controlling things. And I'm not trying to say that there shouldn't be any engagement with the government, which is defined as that which has a monopoly on use of force, right? So yeah, the government should use its monopoly of use of force to sustain fair level playing fields and marketplaces and prevent things like insider trading and collusion, to make sure things are fair. Because capitalism won't necessarily be fair to other people's commercial interests by itself. And it's a bit of a tricky balancing act because you definitely want to let the people who have the most capacity to make decisions make those decisions. So obviously you and you have the most capacity to make decisions about what to do with your money. And I have the most capacity to make decisions about what to do with my money. So we want to retain that obvious reality as much as possible. We don't want interference that overtakes the point of the thing. The point of the thing is to sustain an environment in which all individuals can achieve prosperity, not to reduce the prosperity of the most prosperous in order to reduce inequality without any positive outcomes. Because obviously, while the government needs to tax some and spend some, it is also the case that every dollar the government spends, it only is getting 75 cents worth of every dollar it spends because of the spoilage factors in government. There's a lot of bureaucracy that has to be paid for the money to get into the government and out of the government again. And then depending on how it's spent, it can have adverse effects on marketplaces, no effects on marketplaces, occasionally positive effects on marketplaces. You need to consider all of those things, but most of all, we need to consider what's just and where the onus of responsibility and ownership lies, and that's obviously with the individual. And we can't have any successful society that doesn't respect that. Angel, it's like you can name something whatever you want. You could call it diarrhea, shit, vomit economics. What I'm telling you is accurate, factual statements about reality. Okay? I'm not advocating on behalf of some political party or some team. I'm not advocating on behalf of the conservatives or the liberals or the moderates or the libertarians. I'm just explaining to you what's correct because you don't know and I do. Give them all spoons. No, I have a very profound understanding of exactly what I talk about all the time. I don't want to discuss things with you because you don't have anything to inform me. Frankly, I've been a professional debate coach for decades. I've debated all these topics and assorted other topics that are relevant to them. I understand all the frames of reference that might be used as framework in a possible exchange of ideas. And the fact that you don't even have a framework, if it's express or explicit, although it's implied utilitarian, but you don't even know what that means. So why would I possibly want to engage with you about anything? I can engage with you plenty here to see that you don't know anything. It's like this fucker last night at this other channel, right? He starts talking about how no-knock warrants are predicated on exigent circumstances. And I was like, hold on, wait a second. Actually, that's not the case. Exigent circumstances is what's used to justify warrantless searches and seizures and stuff. In other words, it's not used to justify a warrant. It's used to not need a warrant by the cops. In other words, evidence attained in a warrantless search under exigent circumstances is still admissible. But this guy did not want to be corrected. He didn't want to learn anything. The fact is, I do have a very deep understanding, vastly deeper than you will ever have. But you don't want to learn anything. I didn't say the Fed was bankrupt. That's a claim you're making, if it's being made at all. The Fed manages how much currency is in circulation and how it enters into circulation. Personally, I've never understood exactly why the Fed introduces quantitative easing into the economy via the banks in the fashion that it does. Because after all, the new money that's introduced into the economy via quantitative easing represents actual new wealth that's been generated by the meaningful work done by the people of the country over the past period of time, right? That's why the inflationary pressures were so massive after COVID, because the quantitative easing continued as it had before, but nobody was doing the work to create the actual wealth that new money represented. Ergo, we've got massively more expensive groceries now than we did a few years ago. Okay, so what the Fed does is it manages the amount of currency in the economy, and it lends money, quote unquote, to the banks to lend to the people. Okay, it sets interest rates, and it does a variety of things. It doesn't just regulate, I guess, but if you want to complain about the Fed, I think the spot to complain is, why is the new currency being infused into the economy via lending? After all, it represents actual new wealth that's been generated by the work of the people of the country. So why is it being introduced in that fashion? I didn't say the Fed only regulates. I don't know what you're talking about, an Igbo man. Okay, I haven't made claims about the Fed that aren't true, right? I pointed out that the Fed manages the amount of currency in the economy, taking out old bills, replacing them with new bills, and infusing more currency via a process called quantitative easing. That's factually correct. Okay, and Igbo man, yes, I understand they're printing more money and introducing it into the economy. They call that quantitative easing, okay? But you don't know enough about this to even have the conversation with me, obviously. You don't have a definition of wealth. You don't understand how currency works. You bought into some primitive kind of like infographic YouTube video explanations of things that are not accurate. Like you'll hear in these infographic presentations of things, stuff like, if all the debt was paid back, there wouldn't be any dollars left, or every dollar would be worth nothing. And that's not true. It is true that the Fed introduces new currency into the economy via debt. And I don't understand why it does that. Never had anybody successfully explain to me why that's the good way to do this, you know? And I've asked plenty of people, and obviously I've researched the subject because, after all, unlike the people who want to argue with me all the time, I have done the legwork. I understand how to argue because I understand what framework is, casework is. I know what a claim, a warrant, an impact is. I understand what kind of arguments represent ground arguments and what kind of arguments represent case level, what kind of arguments represent framework, and what kind of arguments represent meta framework. I understand what critiques are, etc. I know what needs to be accomplished argumentationally to establish something and sustain it. I also have researched all the specific subjects that people want to argue with me about extensively and purposefully. In other words, if I didn't research successfully, my team would lose, right? My team's won very much more than like the average percentage of winning or something.
Trouble.
we were always very successful. Trouble, knock it off. Hey.
Move it along.
And the thing is, when you study something just to like spout off on the internet, you know, I guess you can always walk away and tell yourself it was a toss-up or something. But when you're preparing people to face interested opponents who've also studied the material and are trying to win the argument, you have to understand it better than they do. The reason my kids won so much, the main reason, because I wasn't necessarily great at coaching technique, is because I was better than the other coaches at understanding how the arguments fit together and which arguments had primacy. In this instance, you're trying to accuse me of being wrong about the Fed when I haven't made any of the claims you're contradicting. So right there, it tells me you need to learn some really basic remedial level stuff first before you're ready to engage with me. Okay, well, again, an Igbo man, I haven't made any of the claims that would be refuted by what you're saying, right? So if I had made some of these claims, maybe your response would be responsive, but it's not responsive because I didn't make any claims that you're responding to, and you're not responding to the claims I did make. So yes, the Fed is responsible for the currency that's infused into the US economy. And yes, they infuse it via the banks. That's why there are two interest rates. It's like what I just said is factually true. They're limited claims, right? I'm not making broad claims. I'm making limited claims that are factually true. So it doesn't matter if you know more than me because I haven't said anything that's wrong. Whereas you don't really understand how currency represents wealth because you don't understand wealth as a metaphysical quality first, a quality of beholdens that's attained whenever anybody does meaningful work for another person. And I'm not interested in winning anything against you, okay? You can win, fine. You win this as much as you want. My point is not that you are losing, it's that after you're done winning, if you'd like to meaningfully engage topics in the future, you need to study how to argue. Well, I did make claims. I said you exactly what they were. I repeated it multiple times. I just didn't make broad claims that you're responding to. And I'm not spouting gibberish. What I'm saying makes excellent sense. And if you do not understand it, it's not because what I'm saying doesn't make sense. It's because you can't understand it for whatever reason. I'm not saying you're dumb or uneducated, just for whatever reason. Maybe you're too attached to your own arguments to allow yourself to understand what I'm saying, but clearly you don't if you think I'm spouting gibberish. So you're saying the Fed pays the banks interest on the money that they distribute to the banks to loan to people. Okay, well, if that's true, then you've corrected me on one factual mistake. I'd have to look it up. I don't understand why it would be like that, but maybe you're right. The thing is, it's not relevant to what we were talking about, though, is it? Like, even if it is the Fed paying the interest to the banks rather than banks paying interest to the Fed, which I did at least imply, although I didn't state directly, um, then I stand corrected, Regardless, it's not relevant to the point we were talking about the economy in general, right? So, yeah, it's somebody's paying interest to somebody on new currency that represents actual new wealth that's been generated in the country. Nobody should be paying interest on it. That's my point. The banks shouldn't be lending it to the American people. It should be infused into the economy directly. So correctness is one thing. I appreciate you correcting me. If you are correct, I'm not going to look it up right now, but let's say you are. I appreciate being corrected. But relevance actually is determinant, right? So because that specific detail isn't relevant to the point at hand that I'm making regarding how the money is infused into the economy, in fact, it just bolsters my point from another direction. Okay, so the interest, you're agreeing that interest is being paid here, right? So accordingly, you need to understand how argumentation works before you can really engage with me about this, as I've explained. I don't need your irrelevancies because they don't inform the discussion at all, and they don't land on the flow, right? Something has to be responsive to land on the flow of the argument. And the only way we know who should be determined to be correct via the flow of the argument is by keeping track of things that are responsive and relevant, and not keeping track of things that are non-responsive or irrelevant, especially if it's pointed out that they are. Because, I don't even know where you're going with all of this thing. You wanted to attack me about being wrong about the Federal Reserve when really we were talking about capitalism, right? And what capitalism represents, etc. So it's not the case that if all the debt were paid off, there'd be no money left in the country. That's not correct. Although you'll hear that on some YouTube videos about the subject. And it is also the case that to the extent that new currency is infused into the economy via debt, I don't understand why that's the case. It shouldn't be the case. That's what I've been saying. And I remain correct about that. No, that's not capitalism. That's the alternative to capitalism, right? Because when you have a third party intervening with use of force to set standards, regulations, whatever, control things, then that's the alternative to capitalism. Capitalism is the free engagement in commerce between consenting parties. So, since you don't understand what capitalism is, you've got a problem. You may be very well informed about policy related to the Fed put in place after 2008. It sounds like you are, right? But if you don't understand what capitalism is, then it's not informative to that. The American system of of currency, there's plenty of reasons to have questions about it or doubts about it or whatever. But the thing is, that's not capitalism. That's a side issue. It's like there's a linkage to capitalism. You need to have two things: fungible currency of some kind, be it a precious metal or an actual fiat currency or cryptocurrency or whatever, and you need to have infrastructure. So that's when you get an economy that's functioning. There was a time when the US was on the gold standard and every dollar was backed by a dollar worth of gold. But that just pushes the question back a level. It's still fiat currency at the end of the day. It's just that gold is the thing that we're fiating as having value because its value vastly exceeds its utility value, right? It's a pretty fungible thing because yeah, it's divisible more easily than a lot of other kinds of metals, but it's not nearly as easily divisible or useful as a currency as say cryptocurrency. It has all the features you want in a currency maximalized: non-counterfeitability, divisibility, fungibility. Okay, well, you're a communist and yet you follow capitalism. You're here right now helping me earn dollars on YouTube. But you'll note that that doesn't make you capitalism just because you follow capitalism. It doesn't make the banks capitalism just because they're part of capitalist society, right? What we're discussing is the difference between specific agents who are functioning in capitalist ways within the economy and the idea of balancing regulation with free markets as a means of both maximizing individual consenting commerce with as few barriers as possible while preventing exploitative practices and level playing field destroying practices of big players in economic markets, right? So and we came up with these rules as necessary because of specific problems that happen with like robber barons, collusion, cornering markets, and stuff like that, right? So I'm not saying that we should have unfettered capitalism. I agree that capitalism, the spirit of it is equal competition on a level playing field. Whether that's the definition of it or that's not the definition of it, but that's the spirit of it. So to the extent that the government, which again is defined as that which has a monopoly on use of force, is going to use that monopoly on use of force to regulate industries, regulate markets, then it should do so in the interest of competition and accessible entry to small players into the marketplace, you know? No, I know a lot, an Igbo man. I mean, you're insane to think I don't. I know a great deal, obviously. You may have corrected me on one factual error regarding who pays interest to whom regarding the banks and the Fed, right? And that might have been significant had we been discussing something else. But if you think the only reason I sound informed is because I argue well, you're fooling yourself, but not anybody else.
Can I have a flower?
Sure. There you go.
Thank you.
For example, an Igbo man, you sound like the kind of guy who might be in favor of a UBI or something, right? Well, I have full cases on both sides of the issue, affirming it, negating it. I don't know what your position is on, say, H1 visas, the ones that are given out to people who have like special technical skills or something. But I've made cases about that and the impacts on the economy and so forth. Like I can articulate to you the arguments, the multiplier arguments on the side of any redistributionist, and I can articulate to you all the actual harms arguments and those who are opposed to, say, in-kind benefits and something. It's like I'm more well informed than anybody you've ever encountered, and you're saying I don't actually know anything. Okay, well, I get that you would like to be the expert here, but the fact is, you run afoul of somebody who's an actual expert on all of this shit. Granted, it's been a few years, so I could update my knowledge base a bit, but you gotta remember that I'm the guy who back during when Luhansk and Donetsk was happening, I was saying we should defend Ukraine. Years later, it became that thing in the news media, that people knew about. But I debated the topic. I mean, I made cases and stuff for the topic and debated myself. But
oh, Kittle, yay!
Back when it was relevant, I was correct about COVID right from the outset. And I knew what was determinant and what was most relevant, right? And you name it, I've been correct about it. And I continue to be correct about things all the time. And why is it? It's because I can acknowledge when I'm wrong. So I'm not even sure I was wrong in this instance about that specific point about interest rates, but I might have been. And if I was, then I'm going to be happy that you corrected me, so I won't make that mistake again. You don't want to be corrected or to learn anything. And that is why you fail. Well, San Francisco is really struggling this year, huh? They're 3-3, which is actually a better record than I thought they had. They're losing to Kansas City now, 14-3. Or actually, we're a little behind in the time. It says 14-3. Is this? Yeah, it's at San Francisco. Well, the nice thing about NFL as opposed to college is if you squeak into the playoffs, it doesn't really matter. Like USC lost its 4th game of the year yesterday.
Wow, I can't believe that.
Another nightmarish loss. And it's like all 4 games we've lost this year have been by just a tiny fraction of points. And at the last second or in overtime. We had a field goal blocked. You remember that? It's like we would have won that game if they hadn't blocked that field goal. We would have won the game if. That team just knows how to lose, this USC team this year. It's frustrating, but I obviously watch all the USC football games because I was born and raised a USC football fan.
I'm happy. I'm proud of that.
I'm excited about tonight's Dodger game. I haven't watched the Dodgers all year because we were Oakland Athletics fans during the regular season, but I'm historically a Dodger fan, and I'm excited about the prospect of a Yankees-Dodgers World Series.
Me too.
It's like the best World Series you can get. That's like the Lakers-Celtics of baseball.
Yeah, it is.
Okay. How long have I been doing this? What are things I needed to do today? I need to call Delilah. Well, I have to go to the phone to do that. Go to the live stream to do that.
I think I'm going to change. It's pretty cool in here.
It is not hot. That's true.
It's nice.
I should also fill out that thing online. I'm supposed to fill out. Maybe I could even try to do that right now.
during the live stream?
Yeah.
I like that.
All right, I'll go get this paper and see what it says. Okay, oh right, I know. I got stuck on this because I didn't know some facts that I had to know. Let's see. mariposacounty.org/80/planning. Okay, I need to know what the square footage of that is. And I guess it's 3 bedrooms, a bathroom, a kitchen, and a living room. 3 bedrooms, a bathroom, a kitchen, and a living room. 6 rooms total, I guess. I could just fill it out again, fill it out on this paper, and then email it. I'm going to put 6 rooms. Now, what's the square footage? That I'm going to have to look up on the interwebs. Let's see. 1,040 square feet. $1,040. Assessor's parcel number. How do I know that? How do I know that? Seven one one two Snyder Ridge Road. Assessor's parcel number. Okay. There it is. It says what it is on the internet. It says it's 00 00. Okay. 00907 0007. Okay, fine. Now I need to sign it. ssuartscire at gmail.com. Phone number. Okay. The date. Today's date is October 20th, 2024. All right. Good. Now, I could fill this out online, or I could take a picture of this paper and send it in. My name's Eric. How do you do? My name's Eric. What do you do? Okay. Let me go to this website. https:// www.mariposacounty.org slash 80/planning. Okay. Okay. Email planning department. Oh, come on now. It launches the Microsoft email app? Really? Come on. You've got to be kidding me.
Who does that?
Let's see. I don't know. Here. Wait. Okay. Huh. I'm just gonna take a picture of this paper.
Yeah.
And send it to her. Can you take a picture with your phone?
Yeah.
And then email a picture of it to me. Try to make sure you get it like so it's easy to read. I will get.
Wait, I'm sorry. What did you just say?
Like get it so it's not blurry.
Okay.
Oh wait, I already got that thing. What is this one? Yeah, this is the one. It doesn't look the same as what I saw there. Now this number is different than this number. I'm gonna write this one down here too. Okay? I'll write it above it.
Okay, so I'll take another picture.
All right, there we go.
I will email it to you, or
Yes, please.
Okay.
All right. So once I get that in my email, then I will do that thing that I'm supposed to do. Go ahead and eat. For the millionth time, Trouble, you do not need my help. You do not need me to watch you. You're just fine by yourself. People want to come argue with me all the time. They think they know things. Like that guy, he clearly thought he knew that he was on the other side of something from me, and that I was somebody he should be arguing with. He was paying no attention to what words I was actually saying, in terms of like whether what he was saying was responding to them at all. Very frustrating. You know, it's like the reason I make limited claims is so that I don't make wrong claims. And in this instance, I may have been factually incorrect about the interest, which bank pays the interest, but that's not a relevant distinction in the point I was making, which wasn't even a specific point, but just that I don't know why the Federal Reserve quantitatively eases in the fashion that it does.
Don't forget. Let me know that you get it. Well, obviously I'll be here.
I'll do it right now. Thank you for reminding me.
No.
I did forget. Yes.
Did you?
You were correct. I did.
I had no idea. Is that okay?
Sure.
I tried to get everything in there.
All right, let me see what this lady's email address is. This is not the right card. Maybe it has her email address over there. Can I see this?
I think it does.
propinfo@mariposacounty.org. 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 But this is just Eric's frustration. My cross to bear in life is that people come in here, just deal with me. They think they know what they're doing. They think they know what's correct. But they're just attached to a specific perspective. Like they're attached to their leftist notions or their populist notions or their libertarian notions or whatever. Yes, Puerto Rico is the land of grapefruit flavor. I mean, I get it. He probably hasn't encountered somebody like me before. So it's fine that he was taken by surprise. Take him a little while to sort of adjust is fine, but um, he seemed more effective than most people I encounter, you know. And I probably should have told him that, but he doesn't want to be told that because he's finding it condescending. Like, who am I to pass judgment on him? Am me, the perfect person to pass judgment on him, but whatever. Is it pink? I'm not sure what you're referring to. The German word Weltanschauung means worldview. Cool. After reading the Wikipedia summary of Plato's cave, I think I might be a recurring prisoner in and out of the cave at times, but I keep my eyes and ears closed at all times. Well, I'm not in any cave. I'm entirely cave free.
Yeah.
Please teach me German language. Okay. Guten Morgen. Yeah, I get it. I get it. It's not just TI though, it's NE too. It's like I'm correct not just because of TI correctness, but because I have sufficient intuition to ideate out what's correct when it's missing. Take a poo on the street and Jesus turns it to wine. Take a poo on the street and Jesus turns it to wine. Does a lack of knowledge equate with a lack of intelligence? No, not at all. But it's like one of the saddest things that happens is you get somebody who is genuinely smart, but never did debate. So they learned how to deal with other people's ideas and such amongst a bunch of scrubs, right? And then maybe they encounter me and all of a sudden their superior quickness or cleverness is woefully inadequate.
Yeah, it's tough too. Like sometimes I feel like it's smart if you don't know the answer to say that you don't know the answer. Like I
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, like I really can take it when people like think they have the answer for something and like just make up stuff that they've heard. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully, when I'm asked a question that I don't know the answer to, I will say, I don't know, or I'm not sure, but I would speculate, yeah, you know?
That's smart.
Okay, I'll tell you what, I'm going to make it really easy for you, noob. That's sexy.
Oh my god!
There, you should have already spewed all over. Yeah, should be done by now. 60% of people throw rocks. Hi, Skib Scab. Hi, TT305 TV Superfan. I have trouble at work sometimes. Like, should I know this? Should I ask a question? Spring break does it for me. Yeah. Oh, you're going to need more than that. Then, all right. As per Big Dog's suggestion, here you go. Let me just...
Oh my gosh, it's loose. No, not the other one. Oh, here it comes, guys. Oh my gosh.
Okay.
Barely hanging on.
Spring break! Spring break!
I should have known.
Yeah. I just can't help myself. Every spring break and every Mardi Gras and all of the rest of the year, Anytime somebody shows me beads, I just have to spring break them, Consider themselves spring broken. What if you take my question more generally and not apply it to people who think they're smart? Let me look at your question again. I still say no, because it's like Rachel's saying, knowing what you don't know is perfectly intelligent thing to do. So if I'm super knowledgeable about how to fix cars, but I don't know about foreign policy, then I'm intelligent if I talk about how to fix cars, but not about foreign policy. And I'm dumb if I talk about both. Or if I just talk about foreign policy, I guess, especially, If I talk about both alternately, then I'm smart some of the time and dumb some of the time. So yes, it's dumb to talk about what you don't know about, but it's also the case that nobody's going to get everything perfectly right all the time. So, it's fine to talk about things that you do know about, even if there are some indeterminate things, like you're not sure what your position on Mia is. But if you're just talking out of your ass, then at least be willing to be corrected, right? Like that guy last night I was dealing with. He was talking out of his ass in some sense. He may have known something about probable cause, no-knock warrants, regular warrants, etc. But I just corrected him on some specifics he said, which were that exigent circumstances linked to no-knock warrants. But the point is that there was no reason for it to be a big deal because it wasn't central to what he was saying anyway. All he needed to do was be like, okay, my bad, maybe I used the wrong term or something like that, But whatever. Right, you're not dumb. I'm saying if you don't know about foreign policy and you do know about fixing cars, then if you talk about fixing cars and not foreign policy, you're being smart because you're engaging in your relationship to what you know correctly. And I don't think that Sean's accusing me of being dumb. I mean, the idea of smart and dumb are general terms that don't refer to anything really very specific. But if you're talking about, say, an IQ score, well, then you're going to be, then you're still talking about something that's a compilation of specific cognitive skills, an average of them, some of which you may be better at and some of which you were worse at. Like for intelligence tests, if I take them, depending on what kind of test questions I get, will depend on how well I do on them. I'm not talking about the formal IQ test. I'm talking about various half-assed online tests or something. If it's a verbal reasoning heavy test, I'll do very well. If it's a visual pattern recognition test, I won't do very well. I took one of the IQ tests online that was all visual pattern recognition, and I got 107 as my IQ. So
I think they should have racing games on IQ tests, and I would do well in that part of it.
If Subway Surfer were part of it, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think cognitive capacity to intelligence. Well, I'm not sure what cognitive capacity means. There are different ways of paying attention. You can know in a couple of different ways. You can decide things in a couple of different ways, and you can take action different ways, and you can interface, so to speak, in different ways. But the thing is, people's attentional habits link to the kind of cognition that they will test well at. So I will test well at verbal reasoning stuff because my attentional habits are extrovertedly intuitive. In other words, talking, making up ideas and stuff. And then, secondly, checking it for logical consistency, making sure it's valid and that it's consistent with other things that we accept as true. Managing the respective statuses of statements, etc. So, accordingly, I'm good at this kind of being smart. It's it's my natural wheelhouse. Plus, it was my career. Plus, I did it as a sport in high school. So,
Okay, I'm gonna list out the ENTP from personality page. It's mostly about relationships, but I think it's a bullet point of the positives, the strengths, and the whacknesses of the ENTP, and I want to see if you agree.
okay. While you're getting there, I'll answer this question. When I think about police immunity, I think it's bullshit. I don't think that police should have, if they have any limited immunity, it should be much more limited than it is. And I don't think prosecutors should have immunity either. I think it should be easier
Yes.
to challenge them on the grounds of malicious prosecution.
I agree.
All right, Rachel.
Okay, ready? ENTP strengths: enthusiastic, upbeat, and popular. Can be very charming. Excellent communication skills. Extremely interested in self improvement and growth in their relationships. Laid back and flexible, usually easy to get along with. Big idea people, always working on a grand scheme or idea. Usually good at making money, although not so good at managing it. Take their commitments and relationships very seriously. Able to move on with their lives after leaving a relationship.
That sounds right to me.
Right? It does.
Um, Wait, Sean, when you say this wounding technique usually works to win arguments with you, what wounding technique do you mean? Do you mean like somebody saying you're dumb or something? Hopefully, I have not used that.
I think ENTPs are popular.
I mean, I'm not. It's true that I'm not going to be reciting a bunch of facts, but what I will be doing is explaining things correctly. So, if you don't think if that doesn't qualify as factual knowledge, then that's fine. You could say that. Oh, actual knowledge. I'm sorry, I misread that. Well, at this point, I think you're just being a little cranky because I am very good at what I do. I'm not good at everything, but I'm very good at what I do.
Okay. ENTP whacknesses, which is also known as weaknesses. Always excited by anything new. They may change partners frequently. They may have a hard time understanding and expressing their feelings. They may not recognize or value social norms, which can cause difficulties relating to some, especially SJ types. Tendency to not follow through on their plans and ideas. Their love of debate may cause them to provoke arguments. Big risk takers and big spenders. They not usually good at managing money. Although they take their commitment seriously, they tend to abandon their relationships that no longer offer opportunity for growth.
I mean, it just contradicts with the first thing said in terms of whether they take, you can't both take your commitment seriously and then abandon your partner at a moment's notice.
I know.
The thing is, it is true that if you want to know how to debate, I have an extensive set of knowledge about that. Keep in mind that knowing about how argumentation works is knowledge. It's actual knowledge. It's possibly the most important knowledge of all because it allows us to understand what we're doing with our words and what we can conclude decisively because of or conditionally or etc. But even if you want to say that my only knowledge base is debate, which it certainly is not, that does comprise actual knowledge. I know what it means to say a counterplan is unpermeable, for example. I know what it is required in a critique shell, etc. That's actual knowledge of an actual skill set. It's not just dissembling. I'm not interested in rhetoric for the sake of adversarial rhetoric. I'm not interested in debating anybody. I'm here to explain things. Okay. A lot of people come in and they don't want me to be a teacher because that they find that condescending or something. But the reality is, I've spent my decades getting my brain around all of the possible frames of reference, all the possible angles of argumentation, etc. So if you don't think that the best arguments should win, then that's fine. But I think it's disingenuous to pretend as though the best arguments doesn't comprise actual knowledge, let alone the mechanics of argumentation. But I also get that I have an insurmountable advantage here. You're in the chat, I'm talking. That's why I don't want to debate anybody. I'm not interested in debating. If somebody has something to teach me, they can just explain it to me, and if they're right, I will adopt it as my own position immediately. So I'm not interested in debating. Because I've done that for so long, I've always adopted the best argument when it beat mine. When an argument beats mine, I adopt that new argument because it's better. Because of that, it's pretty rare that I hear anything that I haven't heard before in terms of any substantive issue.
Jonathan motto, keep it in your pants.
I'm sure he means he's close to finishing his breakfast.
Wow, it's taking you a while to finish your breakfast.
Probably if I move, he goes like this with his spoon. Can
I have another? Thank you.
Sure. Of course. Get this. Maybe that's from here too, I think. Actually, I already got one out. When I left the house this morning, I was hungry, and I told myself, Eric, you should stop in town and get some breakfast. But there looked to be a line at that coffee shop that we went to.
Oh, really?
When I drove by it. So I said, you know what? Fuck it. I just go home and wait till I get home to make breakfast. And I'm not disappointed that I did it all because our bacon sandwiches, I think, were quite delicious, right?
Yes, they were.
I mean, it is the case that I don't know how old people are when I'm engaging with them, and I tend to forget that might even be a factor. And also, it's also a matter of mood. Sometimes people are in a bad mood and they come out the gate swinging, and it's not really how they're like, etc. It depends on a variety of things. Regardless, if that guy, for example, sticks around, he'll at some point realize that I'm not bullshitting, right? That I'm an honest, forthright person who's intellectually honest. So I'm not just like trying to win, I'm actually intellectually honest, you know?
Hey, K.E.
Hi, Adolf. Hi, Kay. Hi, Acacia. You're finally done with your breakfast full of fentanyl? You shouldn't eat nothing but fentanyl for breakfast, Acacia. Should at least mix in a little oxy. You two brought me here as I were falling asleep. First glass seemed to be better than the last time we talked. Me, glad, W.M. Rachel. Hope y'all good and good day night for me. That's a lot of information packed into one chat. Okay. You're assuming a high degree of parsing ability on the part of your reader. So I emailed that thing to that lady.
You did it.
I did it.
Oh my gosh. There's nothing else that you had to email?
No.
Wow.
I just have to wait to hear back from that. I do need to call Delilah at some point today. I can do that later. I don't really need to do it today. I could do it tomorrow, but you know.
We can call her on my phone and you can mute the question if you want.
Eric actually once indicated INFJs have the potential to be more clever or smarter than whom? Than other people, like than EHPs? Sure. I mean, there's something inherently unsmart about having too many things to express. You know, people only retain certain ones and have their perceptions managed by certain things more than others, etc., you know? It's just how it is. I used to hold discussions with a variety of people all the time, but I tired of it, you know? I discovered that few people had much to add that I hadn't heard before and had already fully worked through the whole argumentation chain. Did I keep smoking in your bong rips? Is that what happened?
No. I'm Mrs.
Yes,
Krabby today.
Do you want Adderall?
Well, one won't hurt, right?
One won't hurt.
Cause I clench my jaw so bad when I take Adderall. Like, two.
If you're gonna clench your jaw, then you should take half a Klonopin.
Throughout the day, I'm scared.
Well, I'm saying if you start clenching it.
Yeah.
And you feel clenchy, then take half a Klonopin.
Okay.
And you're scared that it'll make you go to sleep. Is that what you're gonna say?
Yeah, like I would want to take it now. No, I'm more afraid of not
going to
having
sleep
it.
later. I see. Yeah.
Not having it and not falling asleep.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
You have a great day too, Enigmo man. And I can be paranoid and retarded all over the place and scattered at times, though. I mean, I don't think so. Maybe a little bit. I don't know if paranoid's the right word, but needing and reassurance. That's like Rachel. I don't think it's exactly NI. I mean, it's NI in the sense that it's not SI. She doesn't rely on ongoing familiarity to assume that it'll remain as it is.
It doesn't even come into my mind. It's not like, oh yeah, like remember like Eric made breakfast this morning or whatever, or
I've done everything that you can do on YouTube. Okay, I've hosted panel discussions. I had a raw room where people came in and it automatically recorded it and uploaded it. I've had more discussions with more people than I can possibly imagine. I've also made comedy videos, music videos. I've made long form videos. I make shorts. But what I mostly like to do now is live stream like this. And that's why I'm live streaming like this, is because it's what I like to do. I've been on YouTube for like over 10 years now. So, and I've been extremely active the whole time. uploading shit tons of stuff.
I might have to book it.
And even as recently as last night, I was on a panel on someone else's channel and found it insufferable. Because I tried to correct somebody about one fact and they just couldn't handle it.
Jason Kerr asks, how do you define what knowledge and truth are?
I mean, knowledge is any information that you don't have to spend time to pull up. So it could be you intuitively know when you look at a given situation in front of you what it is or what's going on. Or it could be that you remember that Columbus sailed the ocean blue in 1492. In either instance, those kinds of knowledge, they don't require you to do any figuring. They don't require you to sit with your feelings to figure out how important it is to you. And they don't require you to parse it with TI to determine if it meets the standard of logical correctness or whatever. So that's the difference between knowledge and deliberation. Deliberation is a process of parsing either with introverted thinking, which means like math parsing or, conditional logic parsing. Or it's deliberating with your feelings, your authentic emotional attachment to meow or meow. So, I know I was very unhappy about last night, but I've had to spend time sitting through my feelings to really kind of go, okay, I understand what happened there. I can approach the memory / issue with detached coolness rather than heat, etc. Truth, I would say, is most of all, the best definition of it is a status we afford to statements, which means that if there's a statement in dispute, then what's in dispute is whether or not what the statement's truth value is. Only statements have truth values, so. The thing is, people think that truth somehow exists as something other than a status employed in the economy of agreement. If I make a statement and you don't say anything to contradict it or doubt it or anything, then we operate under the assumption that you accept the truth of it generally. That you're not beholden to stay accepting the truth of it, but if you don't say anything to dispute it, then I can proceed forward as though you accept the truth of it. People want truth to be something external or to have a definition like justified true belief, knowledge is justified true belief or something like that. That's not how it works. Knowing is distinct from determining by virtue of time, instantaneousness versus it takes time. And just because you know something doesn't make it true. I have known things that turned out to be false. When I was a kid, I knew that earwigs, if an earwig crawled into your ear and bit your eardrum, that's how people got to be deaf. That's what made all the deaf people was earwigs crawling into their ears. Later, as I got a little older, I learned that, in fact, that is not how people get to be deaf. That was just something that the kids were saying around the neighborhood. I knew it. It was nevertheless false. And I've intuited things that are false too. Like, sometimes if I don't get a lot of sleep, it's used to happen when I really not get enough sleep. I'd be like driving and I'd look down the street and there'd be some trash cans in there. But they look like a group of people to me. I'd be like, is that a group of people? That is, definitely. And then as I got closer to it, I realized it's just trash cans. Well, that was my intuition being, I knew something that turned out to be wrong. So, if I was a reporter by the window, I would ask him if he's president, would he convince McDonald's to go back to beef tallow? Okay, well, I've been trying to get back to you, Nathaniel, as well about the same thing. So, you think Donald Trump calls his penis Arnold Palmer?
Oh my god.
It's hard enough to order a drink called an Arnold Palmer.
Yeah, really.
I don't want to name my penis such a difficult name to say. Arnold Palmer. So, that's interesting. So, what epistemology do you use exactly to derive knowledge and truth? Well, I mean, different people determine those statuses. You don't derive knowledge, right? You either learn it or you intuit it. But yeah, I am holding two, babes. One of them is supposedly unflavored, but actually kind of minty.
It does.
And this one is tobacco flavored. So how do I determine the truth of something? I determine the truth of something conditionally, in the sense that you can determine absolutely that something is true as long as it's conditionally true. So if I have piñatas, and if everyone who has piñatas loves the song La Cucaracha, then it is the case that I love the song La Cucaracha. But that's only conditionally true, right? Because the conclusion is absolutely necessary provided the premises are true. Even though neither of the premises in this case is true. So we can distinguish between validity and soundness then. As far as how do we determine what is true? Well, again, we only do that for the purpose of attaining agreement with someone. Otherwise, we don't ever discuss or consider or think about whether something's true or not. The truth of something isn't relevant until and unless there's some kind of statement in dispute.
I was gonna say you can't handle the truth, and then it made me think of Only Murders in the Building, where the guy does the whole scene.
Yeah,
that's so funny.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. The new season's quite good.
It is. It
is
really
quite
is.
good.
It's a good way to it's a good send off, I think.
Acacia, that is maybe the best way to determine the truth of something is to boof it. Your butt, your inside butt always knows. It's the ultimate lie detector. Your inner butt. Trust your inner butt. That's why that old saying exists.
Oh.
The Gettier problem challenges the long-held justified true belief account of knowledge. Well, I mean, you don't have to even challenge that if you just understand that justification is something that people are doing, and that truth is something that's being claimed in the processes of justification. And belief is just a habit of affirming something. Once we convert those things into actual meanings, then we see there's nothing being said, right? Yes, I believe something. I can be said to believe something if I consistently affirm this stuff, right? And if I spend time talking about what I'm affirming, then I'm going to spend time justifying it. The middle term just makes the whole thing ridiculous, right? Because if I've justified my belief adequately Does that make it true? You know, it should for the purposes of the engagement. People want the status to be permanent. Statuses of truth are not permanent just because when you're making a statement, you might operationally define words in a specific way. And in some other occasion, the same set of words might be defined in a slightly different way. And accordingly, the truth value is going to change. Because really, if you're doing meaningful work intellectually, you understand that you can't just like say words and hope that everybody has got kind of a general idea of what it means. You have to understand, you might not state it explicitly, but you have to understand how it fits operationally, definitionally in with the rest of what you're doing. My butt tongue is a master of many arts. It can determine the truth of things. It can determine the beauty of things. It can eat drugs for me. Everything. I got some amazing strawberry cooler temple balls. Old school hash, man. It's the tits for real. Do you? Well, I'll tell you what. I'll transubstantiate you a bong rip of this, and you transubstantiate me a bong rip of that. I'm going to temporarily give you the power to do that. It's within my powers to give someone else the power to transubstantiate things. I can also transubstantiate things myself, of course. So this is Northern Lights. I'm going to pull a bong rip of this, but instead of going into my brain, it'll go into my lungs, but it'll go to your brain, bearded cracker. Are you ready? With the powers vested in me by God's Big Heaven Church and the Aelorian Church, I hereby transubstantiate this bong rip from my lungs to bearded cracker's brain. Obviously, I couldn't feel that one because I transubstantiated, but I think it was a good bong rip. And oh my God, did you just hit the hash? I think I just felt it. A tree. Kirby 11. A tree because I've been asked this question about 40 million times.
I was just I was analyzing your handwriting.
Oh yeah?
I don't know how. Yeah.
Jason Kerr says, do you have skepticism? Do you think that handwriting analysis is meaningful? Do you believe it?
No.
Oh, you don't believe it? I don't know.
Maybe. I mean, like, I don't know if I was okay. If it's legit, like, you're pretty all over the place. Sometimes you have your head in the sky, while other times you go deep. Sometimes you're highly sexual, sometimes you're not. Your eyes are directly over the stem of it, so you're pretty like direct. You don't you don't have problems staying in the present.
I'm not subtle. So direct is a fine way to put that.
Yeah.
I want to ask Jason Kerr about something here. What is found hereinism? I've never heard of that before. And I want to know exactly what you mean by fallibilism. You mean essentially that you err on the side of inaction if the affirmation isn't determinate? Because I'm a big believer in that as well, if that's what you mean by that. I've not heard that term before. But I definitely have never heard of found hereinism. I like the name of it, though. Presumably you found it right here.
Basically, show media. Like, basically, sometimes he feels like a nut, sometimes he doesn't.
Yeah. That's true. And sometimes I feel like a butt.
And sometimes you don't.
Sometimes I don't. But
I wonder if you could analyze my handwriting.
sure, you want to write something? There's a piece of paper. And here is a pen. Because I stole this pen from Cameron. Haha, I got away with your pen, Cameron. I didn't mean to steal your pen, Cameron. Do you want something to write on?
Yeah.
Why don't you just fold these underneath that one?
What am I writing?
You write, now is the time that all good men should come to the aid of their country.
Now is the time for all good.
Crippled Pickle wants to know, do you cripple pickle? I don't normally cripple pickle, but I may have accidentally crippled a pickle or two in a hit and run. You know.
Now is the time for all good men to
come to the aid of their country. It's the classic typing sentence. Another classic typing sentence is the small brown dog jumped over the meow 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 fox or something. All right, let's see your handwriting. I will analyze it with my powerful analysis skills.
Yeah.
Okay, well, what I'm seeing here is printing. I'm not seeing any cursive.
No. Well, I do have the G that is in cursive.
Wait, you think this G is a cursive G?
It's more, yeah.
Okay.
But that's only one thing. Hand analysis, they say, is by pattern, not by just one thing.
Okay. So I'm looking at your O's, all right?
Okay.
I'm noticing there's a tendency to either make a little point at the top of it or a little dark spot at the top of it.
Interesting.
And I'm going to interpret that to mean you are inclined to prevent things from falling down on top of you.
Oh, wow. That's true. That's like an O is like covering myself.
Mm-hmm. Now, I'm seeing in your T's, it's a very practical T. It's a T that says, I'm just here to say T.
Cool. That's good. That sounds good.
I think that means that your approach to the consonant aspects of life, which refer to things that have a harder sound to them, is very practical. Now, I notice your E's generally have a small open part.
Oh.
And that means that you don't want to be too open. You want to be a little bit more closed off because you don't want to be vulnerable.
Sure.
And I also see this capital A here on the second line, even though it's the first word of the line, it's not capitalized in the sentence, but you capitalize it anyway, which means you prioritize formalism over the flexibility of sentence construction.
Yeah, it actually was a mistake because I was going to put capital A-I-D, like put all of them in cap. But I'm like, no, it's not.
It's not AIDS.
No.
To come to the AIDS of the country. Let's see what's going on here in the chat. Foundieritianism is a theory of justification that combines elements from two rival theories addressing infinite regress, foundationalism prone to arbitrariness, and coherentism prone to circularity. Okay. Right. Well, I mean, the thing is, when you're talking about things that are conditionally true, you are talking about circularity. Fallibilism is the epistemological thesis that no belief, theory, view, thesis, and so on can ever be rationally supported or justified in a conclusive way. I mean, that's just false, right? Because conditional statements exist and they can be rationally supported and justified because things are definitionally so, right? It's because the unchanging meaning of the statement connectives. Statement connectives have a specific mechanical logic to it that's the same as circuits, except you can't have a null circuit. So those things can absolutely be validated 100% conclusively, either by simply understanding the mechanics and the logic of it, or and if you wanted to be 100% careful about it, being conditional about how you phrase things. So, provided we calculate this according to these rules, I mean, the worst thing you could say about that would be it's just circular reasoning. You're not accomplishing any movement here, but that's not necessarily the case, really, in terms of like, because if you could put together a circuit correctly and it work as intended, um as either like an and or an or whatever, or you could put together a circuit incorrectly and it not work as intended. So you can validate it by actually testing it in terms of its physical mechanics as well. So it's definitely not the case that we can't determine anything conclusively. It's just that whatever we determine conclusively, we might have to frame conditionally.
I don't like how the big five, like, you're either like, congratulations, you're really successful in life, or you are failing at life, get a life, and work on these things.
Don't bother working on them because it's your personality and you can't change it. You just suck.
Yeah,
Sorry.
you just suck.
The
Yeah.
results of your test is that you, as a human being, suck.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the Big Five tells us all.
It does.
Most female teachers are sexist? Really? What are they sexist for? You mean they like girls better than boys, or like boys better than girls, or what? Or do you think male teachers are not sexist? I mean, I don't think I was sexist, but when I was a teacher.
I feel like I wouldn't be sexist if I was a teacher.
I mean, the thing is, you unavoidably authentically like the people you authentically like,
Right.
and authentically dislike the people you authentically
Mhm.
dislike,
Mhm.
and it's a mix of boys and girls.
Yeah.
I like the cool ones that I think are cool, and I don't like the ones I think are shitty.
Exactly.
I know it's hard to believe that teachers don't like some of the children. It's true.
Um, my handwriting is inconsistent. Like, if say I'm in a class and the teacher's talking really fast about something, I speed up my handwriting and I'm like, oh, it's fine. I'll remember what it says later. And like sometimes I'll look and I'll be like, oh my gosh, I cannot read a single thing and I do not remember what I wrote here.
Well, you look like a genocidal maniac, Leo Ogata Johnston. You look like the devil himself. I have not served in the army before, no. I respect those who do. I was raised in a family where my dad served in the army and the navy, and my mom worked for the army. Was actually, I guess, technically served. I'm not sure. She was a teacher at an army base in Europe. But anyway, my dad was one of those dads that if the national anthem was playing, you definitely took your hat off, right? And you you showed respect for the country and the flag and stuff like that.
I remember one, like, Veterans Day, your dad had his, I think it was his Navy hat on. And I was like, oh, happy Veterans Day. Like, not knowing that he, like, doesn't like, I was like, I like your hat. And he was, like, very happy to, like, that I had said something. Like, it was cute. I didn't know that he doesn't like, uh, people being like, thank you for your service. Like, I never did it anyway, but he seemed to purposefully have the hat on because it was Veterans Day. So I was just reading the room.
Yeah, well, makes me think, makes me think about my dad.
I'm sorry.
Oh, that's fine. That's no problem. I just,
It was a nice moment between the two of us.
I mean, I addressed I started thinking about my dad because really of this question, not because of what
Oh.
you said, Oh, yes, sir. Your generation is far better than mine. Anyways, as hard as all I try, I'll never match my father, let alone my grandfather. Well, I feel the same way, Phoenix. I'll never be the man that my dad was. But,
No.
it's like, in some ways, he'll never be the man that I am
Yeah,
either.
it's
He
true.
was never the man I am. I have my strengths, and he had his. And he didn't respect my strengths, but I respected his.
No, that's, no.
So I guess in that regard, it's impossible for most of us to be as successful as our parents because the capacity, you can the it requires increasingly more work slash whatever to sustain even the same amount of prosperity as the population goes up. Is it weird that you don't want to be the man your dad is, Sean? No, it's not weird. Sure, Phoenix. Um, but yeah, when my parents they bought the house that I grew up in for $37,000 in 1974 or whatever it was, and when they died, it was worth $1.25 million. So the thing is, that $1.25 million did not represent a proportional increase with that also, you know, kept pace with an increase in wages or spending power or anything like that. My parents were making probably close to that combined in a year when they bought that house. Whereas there's no way I'm ever going to make $1.5 million in a year, $1.25 million or whatever. I think sexual revolution of the late 60s killed the foundation of the family and is still going down today. I don't know if it killed the foundation of the family. I just think that individuals became more empowered to be individuals as they had increased information fluidity and people didn't want to be locked into things they didn't want to be locked into. How can you demonstrate that your beliefs and intuitions are actually true without using circular reasoning? Because that's obviously a fallacy. Well, okay. Straight up circular reasoning is a fallacy, but um, that doesn't mean that everything that has definitional linkages is circular. So it's like I don't agree that just because things in a given scenario of argumentation are definitionally necessary, that comprises circularity because definitions still mean things. But regardless, the most important thing to take away from this question is why am I demonstrating that my beliefs and intuitions are true? For what purpose am I doing that? So if I'm doing that because I'm trying to explain something to somebody, then what I'm doing is saying, here are the best arguments to use, the ones that are the least susceptible to successful disputing by others. And that is something that we can demonstrate by engaging the arguments against each other in multiple iterations of engagement, right? So the thing to remember is that demonstrating that your beliefs and intuitions are true is not the destination. It's always a process towards attaining either argumentational primacy or agreement, one of the two. How do you definitively determine between fourth slot SE and eighth slot SE? I mean, I don't definitively determine between that specifically. Like, it's if I were saying like, is this person an INFJ or INTJ, or is he a ENTP or ENFP? Well, I would figure that out some other way than distinguishing between fourth slot and eighth slot. That's not a good place to leverage for meowing. Oh, seventh slot. Well, the way to distinguish between seventh slot SE and fourth slot SE is to determine whether the person is extroverted intuition tool or extroverted intuition backslot. Well, yeah, I was a debate coach, so my job was explaining things in the best way I could, so that like in a case, both I had to be effective at both explaining things to the students so they understood, but what I was explaining was ultimately explanations for why meow. So I was teaching them to explain it as concisely and effectively as possible. So I have a whole career's worth of experience in choosing precisely the right words and understanding how, if I don't use exactly this word, then I open myself up to meow or whatever, or my kids. It was a fun job. I liked it most of the time. But it was also very high stress because the topics come fast and furious. You get a new public forum topic every month. You get a new Lincoln Douglas topic every 2 months. The policy topic lasts the entire year, but if you're coaching policy 2, you've got to keep up to date with all the new apps that are put up on the wiki, because there's disclosure usually in policy. Here's Rachel while I go to the bathroom.
Can I turn it around?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
That's okay.
I could see you, but you couldn't see you. That was silly of me. Oops, I did it. Oops, I did it again. There.
Hi, everybody.
Got lost in the game.
Oh, yeah, you did. I still get jealous over celebrities who have good compatibility with you.
Well, yeah, because, I'm constantly searching for whoever has the best compatibility with me, according to either numerology, astrology, or something like that.
I know.
If you find somebody who has better compatibility than you, I'll just kick you out and move them.
Oh my god, I would fucking be devastated.
Of course, that's ridiculous.
Oh, hi. Life's a Hobby. Hi, everybody. Oops, he did it again.
You'll note, Rachel, that nobody ever says that we're a bad couple or that you're not good for me or I'm not good for you.
Yes.
No one ever says that shit.
No, it's true. You're right. They don't.
People said that to me all the time in my last relationship, and I still stubbornly stuck it
Oh
out
my
for
God.
2.5 years.
I can't answer this question. Winston's mom says, Rachel, if host Eric gave you a make-believe celebrity hall pass just for fun, who would be on your top 5? Like, I don't really like to do that.
Yeah. It's like I don't have anybody I want to have sex with other than Rachel.
Same. I was gonna say, what's his name from Rodney Dangerfield?
Okay. You can have Rodney Dangerfield.
Hey, thanks.
I'll have Margaret Thatcher.
I think 2 very good choices. Ruben R says celebrities push. They're just meatbags with poop coursing through them. Well, yeah. A lot of them. It's a crazy place. Celebrityism. Nine weeks till Christmas. That's crazy. No way. Really? 9 weeks? Life's a Hobby? Eric would be my celebrity crush. Rachel reads quality. Tell hoster. Oh my God. Ew. Well, Bill Walton's dead, but I guess he could still be on my celebrity hall pass. Dave Matthews Band and Teal Swan. Teal Swan, I'm mixing it up there.
I can add, let's see, Amber Heard, Meghan Markle. Who is another sociopathic villainess?
Who do you have already? Meghan Markle and
Amber Heard.
Oh, and Amber Heard. Who's like kind of like that? Jennifer Lopez.
All right, Diddy. I can put Diddy on my list.
You could put Diddy on your list. Life's a Hobby says Amber Heard seems like a fun girl. Oh, she does not seem like the kind of fun that I would like to have.
She poops in the bed.
Yeah, like that's really, that was fun.
She'll always be remembered as the lady who poops in the bed.
Yeah, she will. I don't know, in my life, like Amber Heard will always be the woman who pooped on the bed. Amber Hall. I don't know who Amber Hall is. Anyone who snorts coke in a courtroom is pretty badass. Who did that? Ireland is pretty cold. She'd heat things up a bit. I mean, with her hot poo. Yeah, Amber Heard did that. She did. She pooped on Johnny Depp in her bed, the bed that they shared, and took a picture of it and sent it to him.
You shouldn't have warned him. You should just let him go to sleep on the poop.
Sean says she snorted coke in court.
Wow, that's really knowing the law.
That makes me like her a little bit more.
She's a. I mean, she. I guess snorting coke in court is like scandalous in a cool way, but she just seems like a horrible human being. So I can't stand by. I did like when Lindsay Lohan put "fuck you" on her middle finger in court.
Yeah. If we're talking about crazy actress ladies, Lindsay Lohan is much better than Amber Heard.
Oh, by like a lot. Ireland, as in Europe, West Coast, the rainy place with leprechauns.
And Irish spring soap.
Yes, an Irish spring soap. From Winston's mom says, from where I sit, if I had a friend who pooped on their boyfriend's bed because they got mad at him, I would always wonder what they might do to my bed if they got mad at me. Yeah. I mean, he was pretty bad to her too. There was this one time they got into like a fucking huge fight. You know, like he never like hit her or anything, but she was trying to seduce him, and he like lifted her up onto this bar that they had, and like started to like insert a bottle into her vagina. So I was like, not the best look. This is certainly not pooping on the fucking bed. Like,
That would have been funny when he picked her up onto the bar, she pooped on the bar.
like just everywhere. Everywhere she is, she poops all this stuff.
Oh!
Yeah, definitely a bit cuckoo.
Doing a poo on the bed is pretty badass. It's pretty bad manners.
Oh my, yes, bad manners. I mean, bad manners indeed.
Bad bed manners.
Yeah. It really is. Like, you have to get a whole new bed, don't you, after that?
Depends how thick your sheets are.
Emma Stone's pretty funny. You're just joking about liking Amber? Yeah, I think she... She's an Amber Heard, you know?
Yeah.
She does things like poop in beds and lie in court.
Yeah. And be in a horrible movie called Aquaman. Which may be her biggest crime of all.
Yeah.
Cool, thanks, Life's a Hobby.
Thanks, Lisa Hobby.
Right, but the thing is, Jason, when we're claiming to know something, if it's understood correctly, we are claiming to either have learned something and remember it, or to have intuited something. The idea that knowledge is somehow different from belief in degree of trueness is nonsense. You know, people who are more precise with their language are more likely to say they believe something rather than know something if they have some doubt in their mind about the accuracy of it. Whereas people who are less precise in their language are unlikely to make that distinction, or less likely to make that distinction. See you later, Life's a Hobby. What do? We do this a lot, you know. We live in our house in Mariposa, and I submitted some paperwork today. I did that.
I'm so proud of you.
Yeah, hopefully soon enough this income property starts actually producing income.
Money,
Yeah,
yes.
it'll be nice.
Maybe we should buy ourselves a money tree.
That would be good too. Or we could just discover gold on our property.
I know you were looking for some.
I was looking for gold out in the wilderness.
Yeah.
One of these times, I'm sure to find a large gold nugget. Like
it's just like, yeah, they say always to look in the sky, you know, to never stop. Just keep on going.
If I could just find one gold nugget about this big or this big, we'd be set.
Yeah, we would be.
We really would be set.
I'm laughing, but you could.
I plan to find it. You know, the best laid plans of Eric always work out.
Well, you know, you were right about the boxes of packages being drugs, so and I laughed at that.
It's me, Scott Williams. Ah, that's sexy.
You gotta.
What? Oh, this?
Yeah.
Ew. I do. We live stream. We make music. I make music videos. We make some music videos. I have made comedy videos, long form videos about different things. I was thinking about this morning, like how I'd like to make a little documentary about something that I find interesting, because I like to watch these baseball documentaries. I watched one this morning about 10 months to come.
Who's that?
He was a Giants pitcher that won the Cy Young 2 years in a row, but he kind of blew out his arm. And basically, the documentary was like, whatever happened to 10 months ago? I was like, yeah, whatever did happen to 10 months ago? The answer to that question is always eventually they died.
Oh.
Eventually, that's always the answer to the question.
Oh.
Like, whatever happened to Abraham Lincoln?
Whatever happened to Abraham Lincoln?
He died. Yeah. I've made a couple of documentaries in the past. Like, for example, I made a documentary about Richard Dawson, the host of Family Feud. Yeah. And I made a documentary about the guy who came up with plate tectonics. I forget what his name is now. I could make a documentary about what's something that I know about and I'm interested in, and would be it needs to be a person, really.
You had mentioned that you wanted to do an analysis sort of video.
That's true. I wouldn't mind doing an analysis video of like a couple of the big name YouTubers that I watch occasionally.
Yeah.
Like, Penguin Zero / Voice Critical, and like that D'Angelo guy. Maybe even that lady who does internet analysis.
Tiffany Ferg?
Yeah.
You could, yeah.
I could analyze their channels, what they do. Yeah, on this channel, I have a couple documentaries like that, or I have a few different things that I've done with like still images and talking over it, and mostly they're still images. I don't think I have a lot of video clips on them.
Do you have do you want more coffee?
Or
do you
have.
Okay.
Yeah, I watch that sometimes. Doesn't Internet Archive basically like clip some of those big channels like Voice Critical? But maybe not. Oh no, I think I know what you're talking about. No, I do know what you're talking about. I like that channel. It's a different guy who analyzes those kind of things. Like Voice Critical just destroyed me or whatever. Those videos are pretty good. I mean, actually, I think I started. That's how I found that guy in the first place. Was watching one of Internet Archive videos,
Oh.
and then now I get recommended his videos, which I sometimes watch a few minutes of. You know, he's not ultra compelling, but he's pleasant. Yeah, where they are now. I've never experienced a time of actual like YouTube success um, where I made anywhere close to enough money from YouTube to realistically hope that it would provide some substantial portion of the money I needed. So accordingly, I feel kind of fortunate about that because I understand in full now the way that YouTube giveth and taketh away, like depending on what's going on with the algorithm, depending on a lot of things,
and the algorithm's always changing too.
Mm-hmm. So I just I'm happy to have the engagement that I have, the platform that I have, etc. And if I do ever get successful, like I see, from what I understand, if you have over 100,000 subs, you get a preferred advertising rate.
Oh.
But
do you still get like a little silver plaque?
I think so. But they might move that number up relatively soon because it seems like a fair number of people have been able to get there via shorts.
I know. Oh, interesting.
Being an influencer is more a curse than a blessing. Full life on public display, and you're never allowed to be someone other than your brand. Well, I mean, I have my full life on display, and I'm always exactly the same as my brand, namely talking with famous people, because I'm not putting on a show, except I'm just doing what I like to do and being me by doing it, you know? Because I don't really value privacy at all, and I'm not hiding anything. I'm not worried about public scrutiny because whatever anybody's gonna like say about me, if it's anything that might be like make me look bad, like drugs or something, I've already talked about it to death, you know?
Yep.
So I would not mind being famous. I would like to be famous as possible, but you know, I'd love to have 1 million subscribers, people tuning in in large quantities. You know, when you do have a big channel and they have a live stream or a premiere, they get ridiculous amounts of money in super chats. It's insane.
Yeah, it's true.
If you ever watch like a live stream that's got 1,000 people watching it or something, they will get thousands of dollars worth of super chats over the course of their hour-long live stream or whatever. It's crazy.
Crazy how you get objectified. Thomas says, when does the OnlyFans part of the live stream start?
There is an OnlyFans part of the live stream. But I will give you this.
Whoa! Oh, guys, that was big.
Can you hide that person, please, Mr. Mom? Thank you. I feel like I don't see it as I have anything to hide in my point of view. It's just as something I'd rather do myself or between me and whoever is involved, not entire internet judging and probing. Well, I mean, I like people judging and probing because in my mind, that's like, you have to hear some of what I'm saying to do that. Like, maybe it's not true, but I like the idea of people judging and probing the legitimacy of what I'm saying or the correctness of what I'm saying because I believe that what I'm saying is correct and therefore better than that which is incorrect. Yeah, I know the majority of people are not looking for this type of content. That's true. Believe me, Sean. If there's one thing I know, it's that Most people don't want this. And that's fine. You know, I would like to be able to tell other people what they should want, but they won't listen to me even if I do. And it's pretty ridiculous to think that I would know better than they what they want. What do you say, Rachel, about walking around the house?
I say it's a good idea. I'm gonna grab my coat, my jacket.
Okay.
I mean, 74.
My coat, my jacket, sweater, windbreaker. My coat, my jacket, my sweater, windbreaker. When did I get the rental property? We got it a long time ago.
Yeah.
If you're trying to say, like, you mean you haven't done anything with it yet?
No.
No, we have not. And thank you very much for making me feel ashamed of myself.
No.
Harrison, if that's what you were going for, mission accomplished, okay? Are you going to be there to dry my tears now? Let me get my glasses.
She's freaky. She's a freak. She on the street.
Hi.
Hi. I was just thinking about how moist Critical was in Baby No Money's.
Oh, yeah. She's a freak.
Yeah.
Tell me. Yeah, I didn't know who he was when I first saw that video.
Me neither.
I thought he must be a music producer
did
or
I.
something. But he's not a music producer. He's just a schmeow.
Cute. Cute.
Hey, how you doing?
Where are you?
How y'all doing?
Pretty good.
Excellent.
Enjoying the weather?
Yeah, finally mellowed out.
Yeah.
Are you guys gonna play music or something?
Well, we're heading to a rehearsal right now.
Oh, okay, cool.
Going to play with the rest of the boys.
Sounds good. Have fun.
We will. You guys enjoy your evening.
Thanks.
You too.
So now we're in the backyard. We've walked somewhat around the house, but not all the way around yet. I need to get some cutters to cut that down. That one too. My hand is not choppers. I can't chop that down with my hand. Not without using my karate chop, and I don't like to use that recklessly because obviously it's a dangerous weapon. Let's see what they're saying here. I know, friendly driveway chat, right?
Yeah.
It's a lovely development
I
in
hope you guys
our
thought
life here.
Yeah, really, it has been a lovely development. I hope you guys thought that my FE was good.
I did.
Thank you.
I believe in your social grace.
Oh, thank you. That means a lot because, it's something that I care about.
Sure. It's something that I care about too. Unfortunately, I'm not quite as good at it as you are.
Well, it's my tool. I'll never be as good at TI as you are.
Yep. This I watered again today,
Okay.
so we've got a little bit more harvesting to do.
That's all right.
That's fine. But I filled a lot of jars today. I jarred up a lot of dried stuff. And
That's great.
I've got maybe, I think it will end up filling most of the jars that I got from Amazon, if not all of them. Could we have gotten away with one fewer box of jars? Yes, because of the existing jars, but what do I look like? Some kind of jar accountant? No.
No, you don't look like some jar accountant. Thank you, Winston's mom.
Driveway chat analysis is one of my favorite kinds of analysis. It's got such rich interpretive veins to mine. Let's look at the golly, shall we?
Yeah.
There it is. There's the gully. Down where the antelope play. Where the deers and the antelope play.
You know, I really didn't know that, like, you were able to sit down. You were allowed to sit down during, like, the anthem and stuff in class.
Oh, well, I mean, you have to be willing to be a rebel.
Oh, I could never. I mean, I definitely wanted to, but, like, I feel like maybe I did get in trouble for it once.
Like Jehovah's Witnesses, they didn't say the Pledge of Allegiance.
Mm. How
Do we have
unpatriotic.
elk here? We do not have elk. We do have deer. We don't have any antelopes, I don't think. And even if we did, I seriously doubt whether the deer would actually play with the antelopes. You know?
Yeah.
We don't have any mooses either.
No mooses.
We have some bears.
Yeah, we do.
We have deers.
Yep.
We've got turkeys.
Yep.
We've got moles.
Yes. We have snakes.
Snakes. We saw a California mountain king snake the other day.
Mm-hmm.
We've got big ass crows.
We have mountain lion.
Mountain lion. Bobcats.
What are those
quails.
blue birds called?
Squaller jay? No. Stellar's jay.
Stellar's jays.
We've got squirrels. Plenty of squirrels.
Got mice.
We got mice. We got some hawks.
Yeah.
I've seen an
some
owl
hawks.
up here before. There are also a lot of farm animals up here.
Mm-hmm.
We have cows. We've got chickens. Not we personally, but around here.
Yeah, around here there's chickens.
There's horses.
There's horses.
There's sheeps.
I've never seen sheep, but in this
We have together, but that's fine.
I don't remember.
I remember because I hadn't seen sheeps prior to that.
Ah.
They were with the cows just before Bootjack on the side of Dara. And some people, I guess, probably have domesticated turkeys, but we see wild turkeys, you know.
Yeah. Hi, Hayden Stokes.
It's more of a livestock agricultural county than a farming one, I would say.
Yeah, livestock. Yeah.
A little more livestocky. Okay, stop barking. I think we want to go back inside the house or your
No.
burger.
For real. Tiffany would tell that dog, "What's up?"
Yeah, she would. She would probably tell the dog, "Get out of here, you."
Get out of here, y'all.
Ah, y'all. Bonjour. Quelle est-il? Oh, you're an ESTP. ESTPs do tend to find like intuitive, friendly ideation interesting. Maybe they and ISFJs more than other sensing types. You're from France? Well, welcome to America. Welcome to California, America. Bonjour à la plage,
La plage.
la montagne. We're not at La Plage, okay? I was lying when I said La Plage. La Plage is far from us. And, well, I might talk about l'autobus. We don't actually ride the bus ourselves. So that would also be a lie. I could say omelette du fromage, cheese omelette,
Ah.
and I can say the Louvre.
Oh, the Louvre.
Mm-hmm.
That's the art
And
gallery.
that's an art gallery, yeah. I can say croissant, which is French
Oh.
for crescent roll.
You know, watching the Olympics in Paris this year, we were like asking each other, "Have you been to Paris, France?" And we both haven't, and
It looked beautiful.
it looked beautiful.
I gotta say, it looks like a lovely city.
It does.
But I learned from Rachel that apparently Parisians don't really like the Eiffel Tower.
They don't.
It's probably because they haven't seen my picture of it yet.
I think yes.
I think they will like it once
They'll
they
like
see
your
it.
picture.
Well, I think it'll make them like the Eiffel Tower
Oh,
itself.
I
They'll
hope
probably just
so.
want to add gold and diamonds and stuff to it to make it fancier, to be more like the picture. Let's see what's being said here. Could you at least keep track of where you go trolling? You've been here already. Has he? What's he saying? I don't even know. Get away, little bug. Hello, I'm trying to contact you. Oh, about the car's extended warranty, right? Gotcha.
Thank you for the notification.
Yeah.
We're two mountain people.
Mm-hmm. Now it's getting to be fall, and we can wear a little bit more warmness around us. It makes us look more like we live in the mountains.
Yeah, it does. It really does.
Good night, Nathaniel Eaton.
Good night,
Sleep
Nathaniel Eaton.
well.
Yes, sleep well.
And you dream of cars, warranties, and extensions. Kiss.
Oh, us kiss.
We're not in Elk Grove. We are in Mariposa County. I have tried Kratom.
I've tried to create him too, and it didn't do anything to me.
I'm not fond of it. No dead Team Jacko. God. You know what that means? That's youth culture colloquialism for having intercourse.
Ah.
What?
What kind of
We
YouTube
got-
do you think we are?
We're not gonna smash in the Rari. No.
No.
I don't have OnlyFans.
No, neither do I.
We don't have OnlyFans, yes.
No.
Because we have everybody gets to come here and see us with our clothes on.
Yeah.
Isn't that better?
Yes, and it's a lot warmer for us too.
Yes, we live very near Bootjack, correct.
Yeah, Bootjack.
We live in Jerseydale, you might say. I do plan at some point, I would like to get a job at the Bootjack market.
I
I've
hope
wanted
that-
to for a while now. I haven't really motivated to going and pursuing it, but it is my dream job working at the Bootjack
That's
market.
cool.
Hi, can I help you? Yeah, you want this pack of cigarettes? Okay. And this bottle of liquor? Okay. That'll be my dollars, please.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds like a pleasant job. It sounds like not a very stressful job. Sure, I might get held up at gunpoint by some robber, but besides that, it seems very pleasant.
Oh my gosh.
I wouldn't worry about it. As far as I know, for the entire duration of our being here, nobody's attempted to rob the boot jack market.
It hasn't been in the paper, so.
Right, we would have read about it for
Yeah.
sure. They definitely cover something like that in the papers.
Do you want to re-sign for the paper or?
Yeah, we should. Yeah, I'll have you write a check. I'll PayPal you money for it.
Okay.
We could do that when we go back inside, or we could do it later. Yeah.
I was just
Later's
asking
fine.
because I remembered that we have it on the fridge.
Yeah, I still do want access, at least online, to the Mariposa
Yeah, I
Gazette because I
know.
look at it often enough to justify
Oh, you do?
it.
So then, yeah, we should definitely renew.
Well, every time I go to Google News, it's got in the local to you section mostly articles from the Mariposa Gazette. So
Oh.
since we subscribe to it, we get free access online, and we can't not get the paper. If you live in Mariposa County and you subscribe to it, you automatically get the paper in the mail. So
we get it in the mail. Maybe
even though I just throw it away every time.
I'll look through it sometime and see if there's something that I could post on my cork board.
Well, I do actually look at it every once in a while if there's a headline that grabs me, but it's worth getting it, I think.
Yeah, just for the fact that you get online access and you check it all the time.
Yeah, like every once in a while, I'm tempted to just bite the bullet and subscribe to the New York Times because they're pretty good at getting titles that make me want to read their articles. They have some interesting titles. And I see it's the New York Times. I just go, forget about it.
Yeah.
Google News just don't even have New York Times here. If there's going to be behind a paywall,
Yeah.
that's just shitty.
It is shitty. And thank you, Kay, for saying that we're a cute couple.
Thanks, Kay. Is this mom? William, is that your mom? Hi, Mason Anime. Nice to see you. Sean Gilbert. Sean, I mean, I am sorry to laugh at that, but that was quite a shocking end to this. Sean Giesprecht. Did you read that?
Okay. That's not where I saw it going.
Yeah, I didn't expect that to go there either.
So how did you feel? Because you're actually not like that person. Right? It's like when people have like these parasocial relations with celebrities. They attribute certain things and then
Like Hailey Bieber.
yeah.
Is that a parasocial relationship with a celebrity? Or that's an actual relationship with a celebrity?
Well, if I like was obsessed with Hailey Bieber, right? Like if I like checked all the news about her and like thought like oh, Hailey Bieber would never do that or always be a fan of Hailey Bieber, I might have a parasocial relationship with her.
I see. Oh, there is a site that you can go to and copy the link and get through any paywall. That's kind of cool. What do you think of the birth rate issue? By 2030, there will be 45% of women single and without children. I mean, good. Like, we have plenty of people on the planet. We don't need more people. Hi, Ahmed Labyad.
And according to like that poll, would a woman be safer in a forest if she came upon a man or a bare. It seems like a lot of women are choosing to be single, so they might not mind it.
He stole your girlfriend and broke her heart.
Wow, what a guy. I don't think he's like you. I think better of you.
Well, he's dead now, right?
Yeah.
In Morocco, it's midnight. It's always midnight in Morocco. That's what they say. The last thing I think about during my daily traffic is, wow, I wish there were more people on the road this morning. Yeah, exactly. We've got plenty of people. Japan may have a birth rate problem. Their population is actually shrinking, and parts of the country that aren't Tokyo are like emptying out and like closing down. Like, we don't need any more school or stuff over here because nobody lives here anymore. My current girlfriend cheated on her past boyfriend with you. Well, then she's going to cheat on you with somebody else. Plenty of people on the planet, Eric. Are you changing your last name to Gates? No. I'm not saying we should cull the population or anything. I'm just saying, we definitely don't need more people on the planet. So if, in fact, birth rates are falling, I'm not going to lament that fact. You can fix Japan's birth rate problem? Really, Mars? Does it involve you humping a bunch of people? Is that your solution? Because you like the way the Japanese women sound? That's what they sound like in pornography movies. I'm like, what is going on here? What is that noise you're making? Are you like a mewling baby puppy or something? I'm not sure. Harrison, hopefully it is she who's ultimately the cheater, and you'll learn the hard lesson you got to learn from this rather than you. Because after all, if she cheated on her previous boyfriend with you, then she was the one who cheated, not necessarily you. You didn't cheat unless you were also in a relationship. So if you're not a cheater, then just prepare yourself for the heartbreak when she cheats on you, and then realize that you're never going to be the other man again. It never works out well. It may not be your obligation to uphold, but it still never works out well. It's one of those things where it's better to be virtuous than, even though you're not being immoral technically, because you're not failing to uphold your obligation, you are failing to be virtuous. And don't get me wrong, I'm not being super judgy about it. I've been the Sancho myself on an occasion in the past, and learned from that. Let's eat some breakfast pastries, shall we? Who wants a miniature blueberry muffin? Harrison, you look like you could use a blueberry muffin. Because that's probably what you thought when you first got with your current girlfriend.
Are they now exes or?
Hmm?
Are they now exes or his new girlfriend?
No, they're not exes yet. Doesn't sound like.
Oh.
But what I'm saying is that they will be, because That's not a good way to start a relationship.
No, it's not.
Yeah, I'm sure she had stories to tell, but like, my boyfriend treats me so poorly.
That's not good.
The girlfriend that I blame my now dead cousin for stealing has a similar connection with me. We had the same personality almost exactly and a love for life and similar activities. What were the consequences? Well, you know, I dealt with being the other man in a relationship that she was destined not to leave. And if she had, I would have probably made that mistake, for sure. But maybe not. I don't know. But
I want to pull. I want to pull to see what people think my sun sign is.
sure, pull for whatever you want. You want to get real cards? You want to do it on your phone?
Oh, no. A poll.
A poll?
Yeah, to see what people think my sun sign is.
Okay. What is Rachel's sun sign? Is it
Sagittarius.
Aquarius? Is it Sagittarius? Is it Scorpio? Or is it Cancer? No? You don't want that one? What do you want instead?
Well, like, one of them has to be right.
Oh, I thought this one was right. Okay. So
go, change Scorpio to Pisces. And then make the last one Capricorn.
there. Really, what the question should be is, what does it seem like Rachel's sun sign
that's what I
is?
really mean.
Yeah. In 2022, Trump's speech to Heritage Foundation, sea level change is 1/100th of an inch in 300 years.
Trouble. Meow.
Okay, well, that's fine. I mean, I wouldn't expect Trump to be correct about anything very sciencey. Instead, I work 80 hours a week and drink heavily and laugh at my recurring failures. I'm going to go cry in a corner now. Maybe you should take Wellbutrin. I can tell you this, alcohol is not going to help. But I don't mean to be demonizing alcohol, but it's not going to help. That's how Dreamsy Smokes is trying to solve his version of your problem. And, it's like, obviously, he's never going to get over it.
No, I just think it's fun.
Oh, you're answering that. I mean, I believe in it, Jason Kerr. I believe that the stars were in a certain position when I was born, and that we have a name for that position, and that name is Taurus, and that they later named a car after that. What drugs can you take regularly which have mostly upsides and little downsides? Yeah, marijuana is the one that immediately jumps to
Yeah.
mind.
Me too.
I think mushrooms too, you can take them sort of regularly. You need to give yourself at least a week between taking them, or else they won't work properly, and then you just end up taking too much because you're trying to get the same high, and then you get all pukey. So, climbing is a great drug.
Are you gold climbing or like rock climbing?
Are you free soloing? Neither of them, Skibbity Sigma. Neither of them, because before I'm going to vote for either of those two, they're going to need to pay their phantom tax.
Yeah.
Walking climbing? Do I have any evidence it's true? I said just that stars and stuff were in a certain position when I was born, and that they have a name for that. Okay, that's all I said. It's hard to dispute what I said there. It is true that the stars were in a specific spot when I was born, and it is true that they have a name for that.
It's true that astrologers really love his birth chart too.
Yeah, apparently, according to, I do well on all the magical things.
Yeah, you do.
I got good numerology.
Mm-hmm.
I got good astrology.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that's all the magical things I can think of.
Yeah.
You know, and maybe I've got good, like, I Ching, but I don't know what that would even mean.
It's like a coin toss, and the lines have significant meanings. So.
The drug is adrenaline. That's not a very good drug. That's a drug that you have to put yourself in danger to experience. Do I think you can make the basketball team? Speedy plays. I do. I think you can. I think if you devote yourself towards basketball, you can make the team. Astrology is right to a degree that the planet positions mean some part of the clock, but the sun is the real clock. The sun is the real clock. What about my fundamental Christian Chanel, Pastor Eric? Oh, Muhammad, listen. I already told you. No, I'm sorry. That was a one-time mistake. It seemed like a good idea at the time. I was pretty drunk and I went home with you and I let you make love to me. But never again. Okay?
Sounds like you were kind of a victim.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I say I let you, but I don't know how I got that drunk off of just one drink. Probably Muhammad drugged me. Isn't it ironic, don't you think? It's like rain. I don't think astrology influences your personality at all.
It doesn't.
I don't think so, but some people do. Regardless, what it is a set of purported attributes that links to something random, namely your birth date. And some people will identify with it, confirmation bias, etc., whatever you want to call it. The point is not that astrology is correct, but that people do understand the word Gemini to mean a person who's like this. So it's a way for Rachel to say, what do you think I'm like? For people who have an understanding of what those terms are usually used to mean, then it's something that can be done, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, take care. I'll be back again. The real drug about climbing is at each summit you get a tangible moment of success. This is so deep, you might want a submarine. Okay. I like little moments of success, sure, but I'm not super into exercise a lot, you know? I don't mind some exercise.
I'm not really big into it either.
Yeah.
It's like when I was in Arcadia, like it was easier to walk around, and I could have a destination. I would usually go to the mall.
You had a reason to walk around, which is to get out of that fucking place, right?
Yeah, Yeah.
Whereas
I didn't
now,
think about it.
You
that
have
way.
no reason to get away from him.
Well, like the incline is difficult. Like it's real here. Like it's real. Like
Yeah. Well, if you ever want me to walk with you, I'll walk with you.
okay. No phone, no phone. I just wanna be alone today. I can't get the melody.
No phone, I don't want to be alone today. No phone, I mean, yeah. I'm going to pee.
Okay. Hi, D2. Jason Kerr, what do you think about cognitive functions? Do you think cognitive functions and personality type is a reasonable metric for personality theory? Hey, James Ortiz. I don't know what crop season means, but well, Winston's mom, I know you're not asking me, but you asked Sean Giesbrecht. On an airplane, you are instructed to put on your oxygen mask first. Why is this? Now, I heard from the movie Fight Club that they give you the oxygen first to like calm you down. It's used as a drug to calm you down. But that was in a movie. I don't know how.
I don't need no stinking oxygen. Hello, Mr. Bubbles.
You don't know. Jason Kerr. Oh, interesting. The idea is that if you pass out because you don't have oxygen, you can't help anyone else. They always say that if that happens, you should put the oxygen on yourself first before you can help anyone.
Well, now that I've learned about the study, I'm going to put the oxygen mask on my butt.
Oh, that's a really good idea. James Ortiz wants me to ask my husband about crop season.
About crop season?
Yeah, crop season.
I mean, if you're talking about our harvest, we've already basically harvested everything.
Yeah, we have basically harvested everything from our crops. I know corn is almost over. It's basically over. I used to work at a farm at the cash register in the little market they had. I didn't do any of the farming, but yeah, it was fun. It was a good job. I liked it. Are you Rachel? I am Rachel Wagstaff. What are you asking? What is your opinion on the trolley problem? I don't know what the trolley problem is, Jason Kerr. You're fine, life's a hobby. Take care of yourself. Farming will make or break you. I believe it. Oh, I'm waiting a little bit longer to reveal what my sun sign is. Hey D2. We got married last year, July 8th.
Not this past one, but the one before.
July 2023, yeah. He just went to the bathroom. He's back now. I'm shuffling tarot cards.
Hi, D2.
I'm nervous. Okay, James Ortiz. I will pick a card for you. James Ortiz. Boom. 3 of Swords. Heartache. Woe. Sad. Pain. Grief. Breakup. The 3 of Swords. It's like, oh, that thought hurts. Oh, that idea hurts too. Oh, no, not another one.
Maybe you should pull another card for him.
Yeah, do you want another card, James Ortiz, or are you fine with that?
I would go so far as to say pull 2 more cards because then you could have a total of 3. One on either side of it explaining it.
Okay, well, I'll see. Yeah, James, do you want 2 more?
Sean thinks you pulled it for him.
No, I didn't pull it for you.
I know, he's saying because he has heartbreak.
Oh, no, it's for James. Okay, I'll give you 2 more. Two more cards for James Ortiz. Okay, boom. The Hierophant. Number 5 in the Major Arcana. Conventional, structure, clan, group, institution. It's like being conventional, guiding people in your faith.
So perhaps that's the solution to heartbreak, is to just go with the normal rules of things.
Yeah, and also to unlimit yourself. Number 0 in the Major Arcana, the Fool, venture, open, pure, clear, faith, innocence. So you're going to be like...
Between the Fool and the Hierophant lies heartache.
Do-do-do-do-do-do. Sean, would you like a card? They're for James Ortiz, Cosmo.
Cosmo, they are not random, all right? The spirit guides of the Tarotverse are guiding her hand.
Okay, Sean, you're next. We've got the LA Los Doyers. Oh,
Having
hi.
some problems at the gate as a wild pitch sends that guy to second. Make it happy.
All right. I'll
Make
put
it happy
good
and make it
vibes in.
snappy.
Sean. Okay, you got the Emperor, authority, patriarch, seasoned, clout. Number 4 in the Major Arcana, virtuoso, the Emperor. So it's like, I'm sitting on my throne made of cement, and it's solid and stable like I am. And what I say goes. I command. You've got like a staff in your hand and then like a little round thing in the other. You're wearing red, which is a very commanding color. Plus, you've got like your armor underneath.
So, the answer is Jason Kerr. You obviously redirect the train to the track because while the outcome is foreseeable, you're not utilizing another agent as a means to an end. Whereas if you have the fat guy on the bridge that you push in front of the train, you're using another party as a means to an end. In that case, the outcome is not just foreseeable, but intentional, and accordingly is wicked.
Who's next? Who would like a card? Sorry, that's inaccurate. Would you like 2 more?
Would I don't know if Ike is saying, oh, D2 says pull a card for Ike.
Yeah.
And then Ike says, how do I pull at D2? Oh, what?
Oh,
Rachel
Ike
just
does-
pulls you one. Yeah, that's all.
I want to see if Sean wants another 2 pulls to clarify, because he said it doesn't really feel like him.
Okay.
So, Sean, do you want 2 more to kind of clarify? Maybe why?
What I'm going to do is jump on the back of the train, pull back on the
Okay.
reins really hard, and bring it to a stop, saving everyone.
All right, Ike, you are next. Ike's gonna get a car for himself.
This is going to tell you the truest reality of your soul. Let's find out what it is.
You got the 7 of rods, struggle, defense, effort, flack. It's like
Uh-oh.
I am being practical. Just get out of my way. I'm gonna stand my ground no matter what you say.
I think it's more like, why are you giving me pushback when
Yeah.
I clearly see what we ought to do more correctly than you do? I read a lot as a kid, Harrison. I read shit tons of fantasy and science fiction books. I read so much that I crashed my bike riding to school because I tried to be reading a book while riding my bike to school.
Hi, Jackson Bouquet. Anyone else would like a card read?
I'll take a card.
Okay.
Wagstaff. Is that like Flagstaff, but with a W? Or is your Wagstaff your penis?
It's like amazing seeing Dodger Stadium so crowded.
What's some real dedication? I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, Eric.
Hi, Samir and Golly. It's an old English name for a police officer. Mars wants a card as well.
Okay.
You can get yours after mine, Mars. And Samir and Golly, hello.
Ooh, Eric got the Queen of Swords. Sociable, chatty, shrewd, cutting.
Uh-oh.
Queen of Swords.
I'm going to try not to cut any of you with my wit. Okay? I try to be kind, loving, compassionate, nurturing. If I do cut any of you with my wit, I will immediately provide you a healing gaze. Okay, now it's Mars's turn.
Okay, Mars.
Dodger Stadium looks beautiful.
It does. I love it like that.
You have a Wagstaff.
Oh no. Get him out. Oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Wah, 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 wah. All right, so we got Mars first, then Jonathan Jackson, then Wagstaff. Hi, Simeon Wisdom.
Okay, so Mars.
Yep.
Mars. The Page of Pentacles. Payment, news, gain, royalty, bonus, perk. the Page of Pentacles. You've got news about money coming in, or wealth that you have, material goods, and you have a childlike thoughts about them. Or more like a tween. It's more like Page is more like a tween. 13, 12, 11, you know? Like you're like, yeah, I got these new like set of mias, and I'm happy to have them.
Well, Harrison, thank you. It is true that I don't like physical objects very much, with a few exceptions.
Okay.
Next, we have Jonathan Jackson.
Jonathan Jackson.
Can the cat pick your card? Our cats aren't that cooperative, D2.
No, they're not. Hi, Simeon Wisdom. Jonathan Jackson. Ooh, the 6 of Cups. Reunion, love, sweet. Children, happy.
It's kind of like family barbecue.
Yeah, family barbecue. And like the hostess is giving you this flower and you're like, oh my gosh, thank you so much. Or you're giving someone else like flowers and they're like, oh my gosh, thanks so much.
The spirit of your heart is the spirit of a family barbecue. Daniel says, Rachel, you strike me as a Capricorn.
Cool. I'll answer now. We have 22 votes. I'll answer.
Well, just let him keep voting.
Okay. I'm glad it makes sense. D2, do you want... Oh.
Next up was Wagstaff.
Wagstaff. Wagstaff. Oops. Some cards are upside down.
Man, this Dodger pitcher is wild. What's going
I
on
think
here?
he's got the yips.
Maybe he'll settle down. It's still the first inning. But everything's flying high right now. I strike you as not having a star sign at all. Well,
Thank you. Or you.
Me.
Oh.
Yeah. It's because I'm one of the ones that nobody talks about. Which is Squanty.
Oh.
I'm Squanty.
Yeah, he's squanty.
And that's one of the rarest of all the astrological types. We Squanties are known for being the world's rarest, most intuitive types.
Okay. Who am I pulling for?
You're pulling for Wagstaff.
Wagstaff.
I am a being of light.
Wagstaff.
When you portray me in a film, you should just use a ball of glowing light.
Wagstaff. Ooh, the 3 of Hearts. Heartache, pain, grief, breakup. Whoa, sad.
Another 3 of Swords?
Yep.
And that one was for Wagstaff.
Yeah, so Wagstaff, would you like 2 more to clarify, or are you okay with this one?
Wagstaff? That's how you pronounce it? Wagstaff? Looks like Wagstaff to me.
Looks like Wagstaff to me, too.
Maybe Wagstaff is heartbroken that we pronounce his name Wagstaff.
Hopeless romantic, so true.
All right, well, if that's true, then just let it sit. Let's move on to D2. If Wagstaff wants an additional insight, he can ask for it, but let's let D2 see the truth of the spirit of her tarot wisdoms, the soul of her being expressed through the spirit guides that drag your hand to the right card.
Yes, your spirit goes through my head to my fingers into the cards. D2. This seems to want to come out. Oh, there's one poking out. I don't know what to do. I'm
Get
gonna
the poker.
It just.
Okay, then don't get the poker. It's too late now. You unpoked it.
D2. All right, this one's poking out. The Queen of Pentacles, Earth Mama, honorable, successful, sensual. The Queen of Pentacles.
D2, you are feeling fiscally robust at the moment.
Yeah.
Or will be shortly. One of the two.
Yes.
You want me to pull one for you, Rachel?
Yeah, please.
Okay. Oh, I'm going to pull this as premier. Okay, so this is the middle one or the only one. If Rachel requests after pulling this one, then I'll pull one to the left and one to the right.
Okay.
The middle one,
Mm.
victory, triumph, prestige, 6 of rods, kudos. Kudos to you, darling.
Thank you. Thank you.
Do you want 2 more or not?
I think I'm good with the one.
Sure.
It's a nice one to
It's
have.
a good one to get.
Yeah.
All right. Wonderful times, wonderful friends. So, I'll put those there. I'm going to move this over here. What do you think we should eat for dinner, Rachel? You getting hungry?
No, of course.
Yeah, I'm getting a little hungry.
Are you?
Yeah. I'm thinking maybe just make a sausage sandwich. And if you don't want to eat right now, I could just make myself a sausage sandwich. Or,
Yeah, I'll have like a cup of noodles later or something.
okay,
Yeah.
sounds good. A wagstaff is so named because they carried the staff and shook it for effect. Hey, I'm shaking the stick at you. You better watch out. That was the effect they achieved. All right, let's go into the kitchen. Let's make a little bit of food for Eric and enjoy a little bit of kitchen time. I might even put the heater on. Does it seem a little chilly in here still? All right, let's put the heater on for a second. So this sausage sandwich is going to be a sausage that's fried in bacon fat from earlier, which is kind of cool. That'll be good. All right, let's get a sausage.
Come on, do that.
But you know what, though? I think I'm just going to make myself a couple of hamburgers. They're a little bit easier to do. And a little bit quicker to do, so I'm just going to do a couple of them. Alright, we're gonna roll this up, put it away. Save this shit for another day. We're gonna get out the ketchup, the moutarde, and we're gonna get out 2 cheeses. I'm also gonna get the pickles because I'll get myself a pickle too. Let's come over here now.
Brett asks, would you say INFPs are typically focused on other people?
Sort of. Like, I would say that INFPs and FI people in general are very good about putting themselves in other people's shoes, considering how they'd feel if they were
That's true, yeah.
but they're not so much worried about other people's perceptions of them.
No.
They're more concerned about the other people's emotional state than about the other people's like. It's not for FE reasons. That they're
Yeah, like, it's not really, I don't know.
It's not for FE reasons that they care, but because they care so authentically, they end up having good FE in the fifth slot, you know?
And I think there's like certain people, I don't know.
Okay, so we've got some breads going in the toaster oven. And when they come out of the toaster oven, they will have transformed from breads into toasts. We're going to get a couple of paper plates here. Oh, I should have gotten more chips today. We'll have to go to the store again, like tomorrow or something.
Okay, we can go tomorrow.
Now, I don't need this like that. What I need instead is just to wait. That's all, I just need to wait. Alright, so burgers are starting to cook in this nice bacon fat frying environment. And I am going to flavor these burgers a little bit with some of this meat rub.
Miguel Suello, is that pig Latin?
Meat rub. Needless to say, at first I thought it was the male equivalent to udder balm, but then I realized, no, you're supposed to sprinkle it on food.
Okay, so Sean's next question is, if an INFP has become entirely self-centered and cares nothing about other people's feelings and emotions, how would someone bring themselves back to caring?
I mean, I don't think INFPs do that unless they're toxic. Like, even then, like, Liz cares a lot about other people's feelings, just not Corey.
Yeah, but she does also feel like it's a burden. Like, she was telling me how, like, everyone comes to her at work because she's able, you're right?
Yeah.
Because she's able to, put herself in their shoes. But she finds it taxing.
Well, I mean, you know, she is BPD, so it's hard to say how much that impacts things. I don't know. I think INFPs find everything taxing.
Oh.
You know, like, going to Taco Bell for an INFP is a major ordeal.
Yeah.
Significant undertaking that they have to spend a lot of hours getting ready for.
My dad has been really, like, shook up.
Who?
My dad.
About what?
Talking about INFPs. like just the last conversation I had with him about like my future, and then how his good friend died in a car accident, like that really like he doesn't realize that's also something that I like worry about and like think about. Like
Yeah, he thinks he's like working on behalf of your well-being, but he's actually not, because you know we're doing things our way, at our pace, and our fashion, right? And yes, it's true at any moment anybody could suddenly die, but you can't operate very much according to such reality. It's like, who can live like that? Who can live like, well, I always have to be prepared for every contingency, including sudden and unexpected death. It's ridiculous.
it makes me worry though.
I don't know how to reassure you anymore than I
No,
have.
you did.
I don't appreciate him causing you distress, because I see it as him causing you distress rather than the reality causing you distress. But he would probably position it otherwise.
It does cause, when I think about it, it does cause me distress.
I mean, I imagine that if you really think about it, what causes you the most distress is the idea of me being dead.
About us being dead, like, just anything, like, I worry about car. I feel so vulnerable saying this. I hate saying this. But I worry about car accidents, like, I don't want to.
Why does it make you feel vulnerable to say that?
Because I feel like I shouldn't feel that way. Like I should be stronger than that. But
I mean, I don't think you have to be stronger or you shouldn't feel that way or whatever. I just am saying that it's going to cause you distress without changing any realities,
Yeah, no.
right? So in that instance, in that regard, it's not. Ideally, you wouldn't experience the distress unless it's going to have some impact that's desirable, or unless there's something that could potentially get rid of the stress. But there's not really anything except, living in a different universe in which tragedies aren't possible.
yeah.
I'm going to cut these two hamburgers in half, each of them, to be more like a real sandwich.
Hi, Foxy's talking to me. His wife.
I mean, your dad's point was like, we need to do more preparation to preserve your well-being after I'm dead. Which is like, just chill out, Rachel's dad. I'm not gonna die anytime soon.
Well, it makes me think that, like, the loss of his friends is affecting him. So he was kind of projecting, you know?
Yeah, that's kind of true too, but he's just, I know also how, losing one person suddenly makes you all of a sudden think that, the normal, like, everything's going to be fine attitude that you had before may not apply to any of the people in your life, So I get that.
Manu John says, I want to see Trump in the subway. Do you think Trump would take the subway?
I don't know. This is what
I don't think he
depends on-
knows how. Not that, like, really, I don't think he knows the where, you know,
Or
like,
where to go and
yeah,
what to do.
Yeah, like where will the subway take him?
Oh, he says he wants to see Trump in Subway, the sandwich shop.
Oh.
I think that's what he means.
I mean, it would be smart of him to go on the subway. People would be like, oh, that guy's relatable.
It would be smart of him to ride the subway to Subway.
That would be.
All right, let's try this hamburger.
Looks delicious.
Mmm. It's good. So I'm about ready to end the stream, watch some baseball, eat my food. Do you want to do that, or do you want to take this and continue streaming by yourself?
I would normally take it, but I do want to watch this game.
All right, cool. So we're gonna take off for a bit. We might be back later. Thank you very much for being here, and see you later.